Who wants to do the recap?
I can do it, boys. Last time, session 5, we started at the Yawning Portal, and Oliver runs into an old friend, Maloon. And Maloon is congratulating him on what he's seen in the Gazetteer and says that he has an idea of maybe us joining with the Blackstaff because they're looking to start this Gray Force kind of team. And Bajra Safar is the name of the Blackstaff that might be able to help us get in there. The Gray Hands, sorry. So we invite him over, and um, he, congratulates us. He also mentions he has this badass axe, and he mentions that he like chased a wizard into a forest, and now he has this axe, and the axe is telling him that he's the protector of Waterdeep, which may be a red herring or maybe super important, TBD. But anyways, he tells us to link up with Vajra Safar and see if we can get a spot on Force Gray or the Gray Hand. Sorry. And he leaves it at that. We next jump to Troll Skull Manor again with Tarun's idea to help clean the place up and see if our ghost friend will like that. And there wasn't any combats, and everything seemed to be going okay. So we cleaned up. The ghost helped. The Gemini twins went back to their estate, but eventually came back over with some bedrolls so we could all have a sleepover. We weren't sleeping on the floor. Fast forward to the next morning where we get a sending message from Vajra Safar inviting us to come to Blackstaff Tower in the Castle Ward and to meet up. So we head there, and on the way we meet another one of Oliver's childhood friends this time, Action Jackson, or Jax Guildfoyle IV, just outside of the Halls of Justice. And he's mentioned that he's a Hell Rider now, but he has some downtime, and maybe we could give him a job or he can help with us. We say we'll go into the Blackstaff Tower and see what's what. And then finally, we do meet Vajra Safar, and she invites us to join Force Grey, this elite task force that does kind of specific mission. Or sorry, she invites us to join the Gray Hands, which does specific missions like within the city to help Waterdeep, because the Zentarum and the Xanathors have kind of been warring in the streets. It's spreading all over the city, and she needs some help. So she gives us these 4 pins with the hand holding the blade. And she gives us kind of a first mission to test our loyalty and capability. She said she needs us to seek out an old friend. This old friend is a hermit who receives visions, and he lives atop of Mount Waterdeep in a cave. We're to climb the mountain, find the cave, seek what he has seen, and if he's heard anything about threats of the city. But she warns us not to overstay our welcome or annoy him, and that his name is Hello. From there, we end up going shopping around the area. We pick up Jax, and then we make our way back to Troll Skull Alley. Oliver catches up with Jax, who also has some interesting information. Tarun had earlier noticed a lymph, and Jax confirms this. He says that they were attacked by Zentarum on the Tradeway. And it seemed like it was going to be an easy fight, but all of a sudden this dark cloaked figure approached with powerful magic to immobilize everyone in the unit, the horses included. And the only way he managed to escape, as much as he hated to admit this, was to feign death, pretend he was dead. And that's the only reason he escaped alive. He did hear that this party was traveling to Waterdeep, and he noticed that this cloaked figure had a golden claw hand gauntlet thing. Um, Meanwhile, Hexus and Census go to Gemini Manor, and they tell their mother and grandmother about all this. And Haroon, he goes his own separate way to the docks and does some off-screen stuff with his mom and a portrait. We also okay, cool. Yeah, that's the goal. Coming back to Troll Skull Manor itself, there's a note left on the door from a snake with wings, and it flies away. But the note says, "Want to be part of something more? Speak with Davil Starsong, the Yawning Portal." From there, we do indeed go to Mount Waterdeep. Lots of exhaustion ensues. We fight a harpy. People nearly die, but do not. And I think here we are at the top of Mount Waterdeep. I'm not sure if I'm missing anything here.
No, you hit all the bases, bud. All right, so the scene fades from black. We have this wide panorama shot of Mount Waterdeep. A little bit of clouds kind of up in the sky, and you can see the sprawling city spread out throughout this shot. And the sun is just going over the harbor, as you can see. The sky turning red or orange and purple as the late afternoon sets in, and we pan down like this big swooping shot, and we get the group of adventurers with Oliver and Hexus and Jax are all kind of posted up, resting, relaxing, and kind of hanging out, just trying to like cool off, and like all of them look exhausted. And the camera flies past them. It goes up some stairs, and you can see this cave. Where like two rocks have fallen together to make this like cave entrance that descends into darkness. And we can see a faint flicker of light as the camera follows into the cave. The Census and Tarun. Census, you have a torch in your hand, and Tarun, you have a cigarette in your hand, and you are both walking through this tunnel. Now, as you walk along the tunnel, it seems to descend a little bit. There's a slight incline. But as you kind of put your torch out and look around in the walls and stuff, you can see that there are small alcoves along this tunnel where there is just a single candle sitting in each one. None of them are lit. But you can see that this tunnel seems to be lined with candles. Some of them halfway burnt down. Obviously, they get some use. But you can continue. And you can see at the end of this tunnel, it must open up into a larger room. And you can see light spilling out from this larger room at the end of this tunnel.
Well, this looks to be the place.
Profit home as any, I guess. Honestly, I would choose somewhere better to live, but I don't know. Whatever.
Does
Yeah, I'm
everybody?
not gonna-
Does anybody else hear music? Do you guys hear music?
I hear it.
Nope.
Hmm.
I usually have
You're
my
not
volume really
talking.
low.
What about now? Do you hear it now? Okay, give me a second. What about now?
I hear it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just had to turn it up a little bit. So you continue down this hallway to break it through this tunnel into this large room. So it's about a 30-foot by 30-foot radius. So it's like a 60-foot room in a circle. Almost not perfect, but it's a cave, obviously. And you can see that all around this circular chamber are a bunch of lit candles. You can see off to the side there is a mat with like straw and stuff stuffed into it. There is a small chest that is closed. And you can see in the center of this room, sitting crisscross, with their hands in the kind of meditation pose upon their knees. Their eyes are closed. You see a very old man, maybe 70, 80 years old. He is completely bald-headed. He has white eyebrows, and he wears dark robes. But it appears that he doesn't have any clothes on under his robes. He's just wearing like monk robes tied around with a knot as he sits there. Let me show you a handout, excuse me. As you see, Halam. There he is. And he is facing all of you with his eyes, or facing the two of you with his eyes closed.
I'm just gonna kind of give you a nice elbow if you want to talk to him.
I suppose so. Excuse us, Halam, sir.
He keeps his eyes remain closed. I am Halam, yes.
We were sent by. It was Elijah or
Vajra?
Vajra, right? Brain was mixing names. We were sent by Vajra, the current Blackstaff, to hear if you had any word of threats to Waterdeep.
Ah, climb the mountains to see the lowlands. You have.
That is correct.
He opens his eyes and gazes upon the two of you. Leans forward with his hands still like in the meditation pose. To know the road ahead, ask those returning.
I got nothing, Taruna. I thought we came here. I'm so confused.
Torin's just going to smile softly because, although this dude is clearly speaking of vague riddles, a lot of poems are vague riddles essentially. So it's clicking mostly.
Okay.
And Torin just gives a mostly understanding nod.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything else to say?
Is that all you wish for us to be informed of?
Hmm. I am not sure that you have earned what I have to say. If you stare at the prophet, you may step in a pitfall.
I think I'm already in one, to be honest.
Ignorance is a peaceful life.
That was good.
While ignorance may be a peaceful life does not ensure that all are as blessed with peace.
A fool who knows he is a fool has little intelligence. But a fool that thinks he is intelligent is really a fool.
The room just pauses, shakes their head. And I'm just going to, and Tarun, seeming to get a little frustrated, is just going to stay. But it's somewhat better a fool who thinks themselves higher, slightly higher than they are, than someone who forgot to check their house for pests. And I'm just gonna show them the harpy feathers.
Okay. He will look, kind of lean in and squint his eyes and look at them. He'll look up at you. If you want your dinner, don't insult the cook. And he'll lean back down. A silence falls over the cave.
Dude, I think that was his pet. I think you insulted him. I'm sorry, sir. Did we kill your pet?
They have been bothering me for some time, but it was no issue for me. There's many a strong face under a ragged hat.
You're not wearing a hat.
He shakes his head.
Sir, it's very clear I'm an idiot. Can you please tell me what we came here to ask? I just want to go home. Please. I'm clearly not very smart.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no, an ability check and you have exhaustion.
Okay.
Fuck, you're right. Oh, where's that P word? 15.
Not bad.
Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
He will look over you with pity, and he will say,
Please.
"If you always give, you will always have." He will say, a grim look will kind of wash over him, and he will close his eyes again and calm. And while his eyes are closed, he'll say, "Great doubts, deep wisdom. Small doubts, little wisdom. Like a chessboard." And he'll open his eyes and look upon both of you with this, like, dead fucking serious look. Many pieces are moving with purpose. Evil grows more paranoid and less patient daily. They will strike before summer starts.
Evil grows paranoid. I missed a bit of it.
And
Evil
less
grows more
patient
paranoid.
and less
Unless
patient daily. They will strike before summer starts.
Thank you, sir. My head hurts. Would you like
In a-
me to get out of your house?
In a flood of words, surely some mistakes. Yes, please leave.
Thank you.
And Rune is going to just give a polite bow of the head and simply state, apologies if I am not as enjoying of riddles. I find I live a life most often denied of things that I was told I should have, and they will leave.
Rocks should not make friends with eggs. As you turn to leave.
Does that make me an egg?
It does. Yes.
You egg?
Yep. So, meanwhile, as they were descending into the cave to speak to this old man, Oliver, as you're... why don't Hexus and Oliver... Why don't you guys paint me a scene? What does this look like while you guys are waiting?
Well, Hexus, can you do this? Can you rotate the shoulder up? I've stitched it together, but I want to make sure everything's intact, you know?
I'm just kind of like very slowly moving my arm, like. Ugh.
That's all right. Yeah, and pulls like something out of this healer's kit, chews on it a little bit, and puts on his finger and like smears it over, and it seems to be like some sort of paste that's like covering the wound. And well, it'll do for now. You'll be tip top by tomorrow, I think. I think the best thing we just need right now is rest, to be honest.
Yeah, look at yourself. I didn't just see like the bags. Four
Full
levels
weight,
of exhaustion.
Oh, yeah.
4 levels, yeah. 7 hit points to my name.
Yep. And as the both of you are just kind of like trying to fix yourself up, sitting and relaxing, Jax is posted up, leaned against his what do they call those things?
Lance.
That's
Lance. Yeah, he's got his lance shoved in the dirt, and he's like leaned up against it. And you actually notice on his lance, most of it is wood, but it has a long silver tip, and everything that's wood has carvings of people riding on horses, like into battle. It seems as it like there's like a big beautiful painting or carving on his lance. But he just kind of kicks it, and he will say, "Hey, do you see that?" And as he points up into the sky, both of you look up, and you can see that there are two griffins mounted that begin flying over your head. And as you watch, you notice they start circling back towards you guys. And within
This be the
moments,
city watch again.
yeah, within moments, boom, 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 two griffins land very close to you guys. And mounted atop are two fully plated, armored, not City Watch, the other guys, City Guard. They're like the army. They both dismount and with their helmets on and everything, and they begin to approach the group of you. What do you do?
Try and brace myself with my shield and stand up to be as presentable as I can.
Try and help Oliver stand up. Struggling to stand myself.
Yep. You can see that both of them have halberts that they have in their hands as they approach. And as you're trying to help Oliver up, one of them says, "Halt! Not one more move."
I just drop Oliver, put my hands up.
Yep. He takes his halberd, points, and there is a dead harpy on the ground. And he says, "What's that?"
A creature that attacked us.
The other
As
one
you
will.
can, as you
start
can
to-
see, we're quite injured from the battle.
Yeah, the other guard will start to approach, and he'll like lean down and pull the creature over on its side, and he'll say, "Oh, that's a dreadful, nasty creature, that is." And the city watch will say, "So you were attacked." The city guard, other guy. "So you were attacked by this creature."
Yes. It attempt to charm some of our allies, but we got it in the end, as you can see.
We've actually had a problem here on the mountain with harpies lately. We were headed to the atrium, or the arium, that's what it's called, on the north face of the mountain. We saw the body. Thought we'd come ask some questions. It appears that one of you are terribly injured. That's more of a question, he asked.
Not terribly. A little
Yes,
exhausted, but not about to bleed out now.
I
Well-
work at the hospice of St. Losman. We're a little worse for wear, but nothing we can't handle on our own, gentlemen.
He actually like nods down to you and he says, "Well, you've done the city a favor then." And the other guard will start dragging the body towards the griffin. And he says, "The city guard will take care of it from here."
Well,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Yes.
and I grab me some feathers.
Yep. And as they are loading up the body, they will mount and and these griffins shoot out their big fucking wings and take off to the sky.
Want to make that my ringtone?
But yeah, so you are now left alone, and Jax will kind of come up and say, "I got to be honest, I was a little worried there."
Well, I mean, have we done anything illegal? I'm not sure we have. This is a public area. We've kept Waterdeep in safety, and I mean, I don't know if we need to flaunt this, but we are here on behalf of Blackstaff.
That's true.
I was only worried before I'd seen the riders on top. I was worried two griffins might have done us in.
Yes, it's not the first time we've encountered them. When we had raided the Zentom hideout, they stormed in at last minute, kind of took all the credit, but I suppose that's not here or there. But I don't know. I think the City Watch and the City Guard, they get a bit of a bad rap. We haven't done anything wrong, really.
At this, Census and Tarun exit the cave.
Oh, can we actually do a little roleplay in the cave?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. I forgot what I was gonna say.
We get a scene
Tarun-
while you're walking back through the cave.
Yeah. Tarun, you mentioned it that you've been denied something. What did you mean like that?
Oh, I told you. When I said I was a nobility on my father's side, I meant it. It's a bit of a sob tale, but if you really must know,
I mean, that
my
check took like 10
mother,
minutes, so yeah.
my mother was told she would be allowed to go with my father when they eventually left the city to live the life of nobility. She was abandoned while pregnant with me.
Terrible.
So that is all. And time
Definitely.
again, I seem to lose what I work up for, but I will not let that drag me down.
I think you're making a great progress now, especially with your new home. Troll Skull might be a piece of shit right now, but I'm sure you guys can turn that around with a little bit of elbow grease.
Oh, it's certainly an upgrade.
I'm
And
glad
I
I could be a
don't.
part of it. You really deserve more than you have. I mean, it doesn't take much to tell.
I appreciate the sentiment.
You've never found your father? You never heard anything about him? If he's nobility, surely there must be bloodlines you can trace. Where was he
They're
noble?
Luskin nobility.
Would I
So,
would I know where that is? Or is that like an exotic location?
You might know where it is. Make a history check. It's not.
Luskin.
It's not super exotic.
Oh, okay. Well,
oh,
poop.
you've exhausted still.
Yeah. No. Never heard of it.
My head's just too foggy. I'm like, Luskin. That sounds like skin and lust. I don't know.
It's essentially nobility is no more than pirate lords there.
Oh, I see. Oh, that would be hard to find then. That's understandable.
I do know, however, that there was nothing elven in my mother's bloodline, and that my father was a pure elf. So it's at
Well,
least a
it
hint.
makes sense he would try to get out of the Underdark if he was male. That place is awful.
I have heard. I've managed to do some research.
Very astute.
Spiders are terrible. But yeah. Thank you for telling me more about your past. I don't mean to intrude into your history, but if we're going to be companions, I'd like to know a little bit more about you. And this seemed like a good opportunity.
I appreciate the attempts to get to better know me. It shows what you value, which is good to know.
Wonderful. Oh, I think I see the end of the cave.
Both of you take inspiration.
Now you can do one thing and cancel out the.
All right. So, yeah, like I said before, they exit the cave right after the Griffin leave. You know, a couple minutes, 5-10 minutes maybe.
Gentlemen, you're back. What did our friend Halam say?
Ah, that's such a good question. I really wish I could tell you properly.
I don't understand.
Various things. They spoke in riddles, but we managed to get the more prophetic part, and some other ones that I believe are poignant.
Such as?
To know the road ahead, ask those returning, although I do not believe it literal. It oddly fits our situations.
He seemed to suggest that they will, whatever it is, will attack before the end of summer, before the beginning of summer.
Attack
So
Waterdeep.
Many
it-
pieces are moving with purpose. Evil grows, paranoid. patient daily.
Less
No,
patient.
not
Less.
Less patient.
less patient.
Yeah, and actually it starts with like a chessboard.
Like a chessboard, many pieces are moving. Evil grows paranoid and less patient daily. They will strike before summer ends.
Summer comes
Yeah.
Summer comes.
Sorry,
Oh,
that was
rain is
the ends.
no.
The ends was my fault.
Yeah,
because it's spring. It's spring.
summer
right
comes.
Now.
Yeah.
Oh, that seems rather soon.
So like super soon.
Evil growing, striking before summer's end, and I'll look at Jax.
Comes.
Jax, this evil that the hermit speaks of, do you think he could have any connection with your attack, with the man with the gauntlet?
I don't know. And you can see him kind of shy away from this, because you would know he like a little bit told you in confidence,
Okay.
a little bit, but obviously this is important
Sure.
to bring up. Yeah, he just kind of brushes it off, like I don't know, maybe.
All right, I won't pry or anything then. Well, we were asked to find out if the hermit had had any visions or whatnot about the fate of Waterdeep. Perhaps this growing evil is something to report.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
It is.
I think Vajra would find this interesting. I would say this mission is a success, I suppose.
Now all that's left to do is
If
get
we
off
get
the
back.
mountain.
Yeah. Pupils narrow as Oliver looks like how far down that mountain extends and how fucking tired I am right now.
Well,
Camping out for the night would be needed for you all.
Oh, that does sound like a better idea. Yeah.
I suppose we could either camp for the night or have a fun little 25 gold piece jaunt and feather fall our way down.
I'm not jumping down a mountain. I'm pretty sure there's a saying, if just because someone jumps, would you?
Brother, normally I would suggest something dumb like that. Am I really rubbing off on you?
I want to pull out the scroll that I got from the place, and I was like, if I cast this, we will be able to gently float down the mountain and across the city, possibly even home without having to walk a single step.
Let's do that one. I vote for that one right now.
That's so tempting.
It's 25 gold though, so
Yes, I would
Ah,
suggest we just rest for now. The good news is we are headed down mountain, not up mountain. So it shouldn't be as horrendous of a struggle.
Unless we trip.
It's all downhill from here.
that's true as well.
All right. So I guess with that, I'm just gonna start gathering up firewood and general camp making stuffs.
Okay. Yep. We get a screen wipe, and it's already camping time, right? You're already sitting by the fire. You brought some trail mix and stuff, like not really proper meal food. So you're just like chewing on trail mix and jerky, I
Yeah,
guess.
pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has rations, so I mean that's basically what you're eating. And yeah, the Jax has all his armor off. He's sitting there with his lance leaned over his shoulder, and the group of you are at long rest time. Do you want to role play a little bit, or you want to just screen wipe again?
I don't really think I have much to roleplay at all.
I think a lot of
I've
us
got a
are
blanket in my
very
inventory.
tired.
I've got 1 days of rations. I got a water skin. I'm going to use all 3 of them and roll over.
I will note this. Tarun just goes to like lay against a tree and go to sleep without eating.
Okay, cool.
I don't have rations.
Oh, Tarun, come here, please.
I was about to say, yeah,
Just
we noticed
look
you
up.
weren't gonna eat. Like we all have food.
I
Yeah, but-
also don't have rations.
No.
I have enough for us all, brother. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Tarun, please. Here, I took this from the hospice. There's lots there. I can always grab them all. I will now mark off 0 rations for me. I had 2.
Yeah, I have 10, so I have 9 now. If I give you one,
Tarun,
so
oh,
fancy with 10 rations.
Ranger!
Okay.
I know. Leave it to the ranger to bring all the trail mix.
Bro, beef jerky's good.
I have 10
It is.
bags of trail mix.
and beef jerky.
I've got a 2-person tent.
Wow. King of the castle. King of the castle.
You guys
all
are
right.
just sleeping on like piles of grass, and I got a tent pitched.
It's a 2-person tent, right, brother?
I got a lot of stuff.
I have food.
Got a lot of books, man.
All right, I'll make that deal.
I feel like we've had this conversation before.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Same one every time.
Or yeah, every single time you guys pitch a tent, that same conversation happens. All right.
Tarun will seem to wait a bit before taking it kind of hesitantly.
Yeah, yeah.
Like they're not one to just take handouts, but knowing Oliver as well as they do, they know it's just good-hearted intent, and Tarun will eat.
Yep. Jax is sitting at the fire with you guys, and he'll kind of say to the ether, basically, "Have any of you seen Elturel before?"
No, I don't leave the North Ward very often, Jax.
Most
I
of
think we
my
passed by it.
journeys have been into unexplored regions, maybe in passing.
Yeah.
Elturel's pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's in Eltergard. It's like a whole. It's like its own kind of place. It's like its own
It's like-
little.
We would have seen it, but not gone to
Maybe,
it.
yeah, maybe like in the.
I mean, I'm
distance.
sure the companion's pretty easy to see from a while away.
Yes, it is. And that's kind of what he's going to bring up. Actually, he'll say, there's a cliff plateau that sits at the top of the city with a grand castle. It's a citadel, one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. But it pales in comparison to the companion. There's a beautiful star that hangs above the city at all times. She shines down on all of us. A gift from the gods, blessing Elturel. It's a beautiful sight. You should see it someday.
Love to, Jax. I'd love to.
How long was the companion up? Like 100 years?
Yeah, like 100 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the tail end of it right now. You're in
Yeah,
the
I'll bet.
1480s, and the companion gets all black in 1492. If nobody has anything else to say, we can end there and wipe to morning. Is that
God,
cool?
I can't imagine how awful that would be if it's just got a sun 100% of the time. How do you sleep well? Like, I'm sure you have like blankets on your windows.
It's a light glow. Like it doesn't actually light the
Oh,
whole.
it's light. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like a star in the sky. You know, the sky's still black, but you can just see
Yeah.
the faint kind of glow that comes off of it. Yeah, it's
Oh, that's
fucking
okay.
beautiful.
Enough to fuck undead.
Oh man, it's awesome though. It's so cool. I'm big mad that it's gone. but yeah, so then we kind of end on that an ominous thing that he says because you know. Bye bye Elturel. All right, so we screen wipe. It's morning. Somewhere there's a rooster, and
No, that was just a harpy.
Another one.
hey, so Hexus, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Mhm.
So I've been thinking about your portents, right?
Yes.
And I think it's bullshit that you have to pick it before you roll. I think it's bullshit, and I don't think you should have to do that. So I'm gonna wave my magic fingers, and I'm gonna say you can pick after the roll.
Before the fates happened.
Before I like conclude whether or not it fails or succeeds. So you might have to like go Johnny on the spot, like kind of like a luck feat, you know.
Mhm.
It's right before I say, oh, that fails or oh, that succeeds. You'd be like, hey, I want to use my portent,
Okay.
You got to squeeze it in there. But yes, I think that is better. I think it's bullshit that you have to wait or like you have to pick before they roll. I don't like that rule.
Alrighty.
Yeah, just so you know. I was thinking about that today. I just decided that today because I was like, man, that's bullshit. But all right. So now you know. So you wake up in the morning, and due to my DM magic fingers, I'm going to say that everyone that had levels of exhaustion, except for. Oh, so it was just Oliver and Hexus, and then Census had one.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Hexus or Census, you're good. Oliver, you're at 1, and
Oh,
and Hexus, you're at 1 too.
wow.
Yeah, I think with some good rest, you're not gonna be dying. Like if
Yeah,
you
similar to
go to sleep immediately, like 8 o'clock. If
Yeah.
you wake up at like 9:30, you'll feel great. I mean,
yeah, it's similar to
All right. So the day is yours. What would you like to do?
Oh, I don't know about you gentlemen, but I feel much better.
Yeah, a little bit, a little better.
I'm much less queasy.
Well,
Maybe
I
we should
suppose-
pace ourselves on the way down.
yeah, I don't think we're in too much
An
of a rush. I
easy
mean,
journey.
of course, we have to go back to the Black Staff, but take our time, I think.
Yeah.
sounds good.
All right. So you guys begin to descend the mountain. All right. No checks necessary. It's easier to go down than to go up. And I've been hiking before, I know. But you definitely make your way back down the mountain. All it does is eat up time. I'll say it's it takes, instead of the 4 hours, it takes like 5 hours. So what time did you guys want to wake up? 8?
8 sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's about
12 hours of sleep.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, and that's why Oliver lost a lot of it's like all of his exhaustion. Just because I think it makes sense. But all right, so you make it down. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You can see the castle Waterdeep and the Waterdeep Palace up in the distance.
I mean, might as well show that we can make haste and bring this information to the Blackstaff, right?
Yeah. I mean, just to get our story straight, we tell her that there's maybe some imminent attack before summer starts. That's kind of the big reveal, I suppose, right?
Mhm.
Gesturing at the two who went into the cave and talked to this person.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna write out exactly what was said on a piece of parchment and just show the others. I was thinking we used the exact wording because of how riddles tend to work. You want the full story.
You two know best. You were there, so I'll let you take the lead, of course.
Yeah. Well, I personally am tired of walking, so let's hail a cab to get over there.
I agree for once.
Because you are so close to. Let's pull you over to the map, actually. I think it's because you're so close to the palace. Yeah, you're close to like Castle Waterdeep and stuff like that. It is fair to say that you're on a busy enough road. There's Castle Waterdeep down here. Oh, it's already on the token layer. Since you're so like close, you can like go out to Waterdeep Way or something and be like, there's carriages all over the place on this road. And the city is bustling today. You're like at high time for this part of the city to be incredibly busy. But you hail a carriage and they want to take you to where? The Blackstaff Tower?
Yep.
Yep, just right up the road. So that's a copper piece.
I'll pay it.
And they pull you up to the Blackstaff Tower that you can see, like on Sword Street. And as you pay the copper piece, there is a gentleman wearing like he looks nicer than some of the other carriages that you've taken. Like he's wearing like a suit and stuff, a top hat. And as you step off, you pay him the copper piece, and he goes like this.
I'm like, census told me, and I give him a second copper piece.
He tips his hat to you, and carriage is away. All right, so you are outside the Blackstaff Tower, this black obelisk surrounded by a fence, like a wrought iron fence, and there's this glass kind of windsail looking thing that kind of sticks off the side of the tower itself. Gates open.
Oh, we'll walk in, go back up to the door.
Yep. You can actually hear from the Font of Knowledge. There's some kind of show or concert going on there because there's just people going crazy over there. But you can make your way in through the gate, and as soon as you step through the threshold, what once was an empty courtyard from the outside is now bustling with people and children and all manner of people. Actually, today there is a set of targets out, and there are like teenagers. And they are using different spells and stuff. One of them is studying their spell book as they're practicing their fire bolts and their mage hands and stuff to like mess with the targets, these like dummy targets. And you step you step up to the door, and there's this knocker with a raven's head. Yep.
We're here to see Najra Savar.
He says, "Rot! That's not how you say her name."
We're here to see. How do you even say it? I've got it written down.
Everybody stays quiet while he's like, "Oh fuck!"
Najra Safar.
Yeah. He narrows his little metal eyes at you. You may enter.
Open the door.
Fantasy names are hard.
Yep. So you you open the door, and you actually see a familiar place that you may have seen before, most likely. You open the door into this massive, massive octagonal room. And it goes up 4 stories. And there is like a balcony kind of deal circling around each story. And from top to bottom, all the way around this room is filled with books. There is a ass of tables and chairs set up, little seats. There is many a young wizard studying, a couple of professors pulling books. But you are in the tower library. There is a single burning candle on all the tables, and actually hovering above the ceiling of this room is also like a dozen of these floating candles. But as you see this it's a little busy in here, but everybody's very quiet. You can see like a cat that just jumps from shelf to shelf, claws at a book and knocks it to the floor as another wizard comes up and picks up the book as if it's as familiar or something. But as you see that, behind them, you see a stack of books, maybe like 15 books, being kind of carried precariously. And underneath the arm of whoever is carrying this book is this long, like 8-foot staff. It is the Black Staff, as she is trying to manage her way to carry these ass of books over to a table. But you do see her. She seems to be struggling very hard.
Well, I'll go over and I'll maybe try and take some of the books off the top.
Yep. As you come over to her, she hasn't noticed you because there's just a stack of books like in front of her face, almost cartoon-like. And you try to grab some off the top, and she trips, and all the books begin to tumble to the ground. Before she does, she grabs onto the staff and waves it up like this, and all the books hover in place and then begin stacking themselves and moving over to a desk magically. And she sees you, and she says, "Oh, I did not see you there. Hello."
Hello. We have returned.
I see. You went to Mount Waterdeep then?
Yeah, it was a journey.
A journey well traveled, I assume.
Well, we hope you can do good things with the information.
She nods and she'll take the black staff and like scratch her back with the beak part of it.
I
That
love
does
it.
seem useful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also way bigger than her. It stands a solid 3 feet taller than her. Um, it's obviously used to being wielded by much taller people. But she will say, "Oh yes, you the information, please. Come sit down." And she will go over to the desk that her books magically floated over to, and we'll sit down.
Oh, perch as well.
Yep. She just tosses the black staff up on the table.
Well, these two are the ones that went in personally, so
How is my old friend? She'll say.
Confusing.
Full of riddles, but
He
insightful as
smirks.
should be expected.
He is a bit of a trouble to work with. That is why I sent you. And she like gives a like knowing kind of grin.
I'm just gonna deadpan.
I'll hand the piece of paper I wrote it all down on,
Mhm.
the parchment, to them.
Yep.
And just say,
She takes it and begins reading it. And you can see as she starts, it's pretty casual, but then as she like continues to read, you can see her like she gets more grim. And she will take the parchment and fold it in half and like stick it in her robes. And she will say, "That is useful information. Thank you."
You're very welcome.
So, who is your friend? And she will point over to Jax, who is awkwardly clink clink sitting plate on a wooden bench.
Yes, Vajra, you mentioned that we were free to take whomever you wanted, and I believe last time I mentioned that a close personal friend of mine was able to aid us. This is Jack Skillfoil the Fourth.
He will, Jax will bow to her, and he'll say, "I am a Hell Rider. It's quite a pleasure to meet you, Miss Blackstaff." And she smiles at him and says, "Oh, like no need." And she will say, "I see that you have a lance on your back. Um, no doubt you are a Hell Rider." And he nods. And she says, "Are you good with a sword?" He will nod. "We might have use for you yet." "You went with them," she will say, and he nods again. You can see his military side coming out a little bit, like he's like really respectful. He doesn't speak unless he's spoken to, kind of shit. And she will say, "We have room for you." And with a wave of her hands, a shimmering pin will appear before him. Same pin as the gray hands the rest of you have. And he will take it and he'll say, "It's an honor, Blackstaff. I really, really need this. Thank you." And she will nod. And
Loud clink. I just want to like pat him on the back a little bit as he like picks it up and
yeah,
takes
he like leans forwards a little bit. He's like, like, "Don't do that.
it.
Don't embarrass me." But she will say, "I am very impressed with your work, all of you. I think that we will be doing more business in the future."
well, just let us know whenever we're needed.
She nods and says, "If you have any information, any at all, it will be useful."
I'm just gonna look at Jax
Yeah.
and see if I can ascertain if he wants to talk about the attack or not.
So you can see, because he actually looks towards you in this moment, and because you guys are
Oh shit.
yeah, because you guys are like longtime friends, you can get the idea that he's not sure. He's nervous. Like he doesn't know if he should say it like maybe in front of everybody or maybe he doesn't know. He's nervous.
Well, for maybe the
Intimidate.
first time probably ever, yeah. For the first time in our relationship, I'm gonna like step up
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and kind of lead the way for this and say, actually, I think our newest member here has some information that might be useful. He was actually under attack as well, and I think this might be related to Halom's premonition.
What do you mean?
Jax, please.
Jax will
Kind of like,
yeah, and he'll say, well,
and as this might not affect anything mechanically, but like as I want to reach over and like put an arm on him and cast guidance on him.
sure, yeah.
You know, a bit of courage.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And like, I mean, so this is out of game a little bit, but I feel like priests just cast guidance all the fucking time. Like, welcome to the church, guidance. Either they're not about to do something, it's just like, bless you, my children. Like they do that shit all
This
the
is
time.
why
Okay.
they got. This is why deity's got to
Yeah.
give that only to the
That's
clone.
why it's a cantrip. They're just like, bless you, my son, and then
Sure, yeah, yeah, yeah.
bless you, my son, for like 2 minutes, a minute, you feel great.
I don't like to spam it all the time. Like every check everyone casts, I cast
Right,
guidance.
right,
Like
right.
I like to try and kind
But I
of
feel like it is
tactfully do it here.
it is something that you can use to as like flavor, like I bless you in this moment. You know what I mean?
Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right, right. And it doesn't have to be like, oh, you're about to make a skill check, do this. It's more like, bless
Right.
you, my son, in the name of the Father and the Son and All right, so back in game.
Like
Jax
bardic
will say,
inspiration. Yeah.
Jax will say, well, see, Blackstaff, I am no longer a Hell Rider. I was attacked by the Zentarum. And she raises an eyebrow. Where was this? She says. I was on the Tradeway Road, on patrol with my unit. And we were attacked by the Zentarum, and we had it under control until some sort of wizard or sorcerer or necromancer arrived. And you see her get really fucking serious, like as silly and goofy as she was a second ago, she's like super serious right now. And she will say, did you know what this wizard looked like? And he will shake his head. No, she was cloaked, or he was cloaked, and I couldn't see his face. But he cast some awful dark magic on all of us, my whole unit, and we were all immobilized. I barely made it out with my life. And she will kind of grimly nod, and she'll actually take her hand and reach across the table and like put it on his like gauntleted kind of hand, and she will say, is there anything that you can think of that could help? And he says, all I know is that they were headed for Waterdeep. That's why they were on the Tradeway Road. And that, well, the wizard or whoever, they had a gauntleted hand, a golden gauntlet with claws. And she kind of sits back and rubs her face and kind of pushes back her hair, and she says, well, that is very useful information. Thank you for sharing. I know that must be tough. And he nods to her and then pulls himself back together like a true soldier. And she will say to the group of you, whatever this was, It could be potentially very dangerous. I'd prefer if you not look into this any further.
Are you sure?
She nods. This is not something that you should be taking care of.
This is our home. If there's some kind of threat that's damning the streets and the people on here, like that story, that could have been my grandmother. That could have been someone I care about. I can't just rest and let that happen.
You're not just letting it happen, you're ensuring you will not be in the way of those more capable.
Very astute, Tarun. That is what I mean precisely. I have whole, I got whole ass of people, basically. Just say some word that's like that. And that,
Italians.
I have a plethora of these men that
Yes.
can deal with this.
not my specialized task force, she'll say.
Okay. I'm gonna look hurt, but
So
understand.
What would you have us do in the meantime then?
Keep your ear to the ground. If you hear any rumors, even if they are not true or you cannot confirm them, bring them to me. Any information is useful information.
Aye.
In the
Oliver
meantime,
looks like a little
go ahead.
disappointed, and he's like, Foster, please, we're ready. We've passed your test. Surely there's something we can do besides just being ear to the ground for you.
I have more work coming. But right now, just bide your time.
Of course, of course, of course.
When I call upon you, I'm glad to know that you will be happy to act. She'll actually like lean in close to Oliver, who she can tell is very disappointed. And she will say, You will have work soon. The city is not safe yet.
We'll be ready.
Good. Now, if all of you will excuse me, I have much reading to do. And she will point up and up and up to the stack of books.
Well, have a good day.
He nods. She gives everyone a warm smile, though it might be a little forced. And you begin to walk away. While you're walking away, Oliver, you feel a kind of tug at your sleeve. And Jack says, we really shouldn't look into this.
No, not right now. We'll wait. It's not the time. I trust this woman. We'll talk about it later.
He gives a knowing nod, and you continue out. Where to next, fellas? People? Folks?
Weren't we promised something if we did this successfully?
Not the first one.
No, she said that specifically we would get nothing.
Yes.
Magic items later, is the
Magic items
Yes.
later.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Well, with the preparation, with that investment done for, I do wish to make better progress. I have a few few ideas of places to get more work for myself and possibly everyone here. Do you have a place to stay, Jax?
He kind of looks up and he says, "Well, I've been staying at the Halls of Justice. My mother and father, and he'll like go to Oliver and be like, you remember, they moved to Fandelver a couple years ago. Phandalin, that's what it's called. Fandelver's the mine.
Mhm.
Yeah, they moved to Phandalin.
Do I know where this place is? Does that make sense to me?
Yeah, it makes sense. You know that his family
Okay.
way up north, but it's like a small village.
Okay.
town. But so he'll say, I've just been staying at the halls of justice.
Very well. I was only offering in case you had nowhere to stay, because Throskell Manor is not yet the most habitable places.
He'll kind of give you a grin and he'll say, would I get my own room?
Yes.
I'm in. I'm just about sick of sleeping with 5 other men in the room with me.
Sounds like Floon's dream. Tarun just says, like, offhandedly.
Offhanded, yeah, totally. That's what made it so good.
No way.
Yeah.
It was great.
So he'll say, "I'm in. If I get my own room, I'll take it."
Very well.
Well,
I
thank
believe-
you. I really appreciate that. Tyr bless you, friend.
Give a nod.
Oh fuck! Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh no.
All right. So where do you guys want to head now?
Oh, while we're going out, I'm just gonna mention to Oliver. Hey man, you don't have to feel like you can't do anything. Doesn't your family own that hospital?
No, my family doesn't own the hospital. I help out and volunteer at the hospice of St. Lobson, but
Well, you could let them know that there's going to be some kind of large occurrence and to stock up on medical supplies. That's
yeah,
something.
I kind of wanted
I
to
mean-
talk to you all about this, but I don't know. I'm like looking around, like we're obviously still like at the foot of the Blackstaff Tower by now, I'd imagine.
You're talking and walking.
Oh, okay.
I see
Um,
this scene like as you guys are walking down the street.
Sure. Okay. Well, that's a little bit more appropriate then. Like, yes, I kind of wanted to talk to you all about that. We okay just sitting on our hands? I tend to agree with you, Census. I think we should try and give at least a little bit of a heads up.
I mean, there's no reason why we can't be prepared.
Warning can cause panic. Panic is a lot worse can be a lot worse than being caught completely unaware.
Preparation in selective places, not screaming on the streets necessarily, but professionals that can handle stress probably should know.
Yeah. Well,
Jax will actually speak up on this, because he would have an opinion. He'll say, I told this information in confidence to the group of you, and the Blackstaff herself. I don't know if this is what you're speaking of, but I'd rather not shout it in the streets, if you understand what I'm saying. It was scary enough. It was scary enough for me. I wouldn't want to cause a panic.
understand, and we've been through a lot. It's terrible news, of course. I just need to say I'm proud of you, Jackson. Thank you for telling that story and warning. Lives can be saved because of this,
He kind of, it was nothing.
Yeah.
Kind of shrugging it.
Still think it might be worth. Of course, we don't have to go into specifics or anything, but I could go to the hospice and at least, kind of tell them to
prophet's warning. Just
stock up.
Something
You
will
know-
happen before summer begins.
Yeah.
The problem with a vague warning is it brings up more questions and attention to oneself and can come off as threatening.
I mean, these are people I work with every day. They have reason to trust me. It's not that I'm throwing a red flag in the air and just causing,
Panic, yeah.
chaos and panic. I think I can reason with them and
That's
say, maybe we have some inside information. There might be more attacks, and just to be prepared. That's all. I just hate to see the people of the city suffer.
Yeah, and it's just one hospice in the ward. I mean, there's tons of others. I mean, it's just a slight help to this group,
So,
He's
Very well.
giving like a legitimate warning. He's not just whispering, "Don't come to school tomorrow."
Hey fam. Thanks for the candy.
I always did like you. All right. So Very, very dark, not funny jokes. All right, so what is the plan actually? You guys want to you want to hit up the hospice? It could be on the way home. Let's see. It is in the North Ward, which is where your house is. And it is, oh yeah, yeah. If you go all the way to the high road, yeah, you could hit it up before you go home.
Sweet.
Yeah. Would you guys mind if we made a stop before going to Chill School Manor?
Well, that's fun. I got nothing else to do today, so why not?
Market's on the
Sounds
way.
very
If
well.
anybody's got anything they want to stock up on.
Oh, that's
I-
true.
Ooh,
Mhm,
we haven't had
look.
breakfast or lunch, I guess, at this point.
Yep.
Let's go grab some street food.
Yeah.
Probably not rat.
The market is actually well known for their street food. They have excellent street food.
Fuck yeah.
Grab some food, head to the hospice. I might not stay with you at the hospice. I wanted to head back to the manor a bit quickly. I have planned to be out on the town for the night of finding work.
Oh. Anything specific you had in mind?
Mostly just general purpose jobs. Do not like taking breaks from working. Despite I'm always looking for some way to advance or
So we're heading to the hospice after we get some street food.
Yeah.
And wave the street food. We get a montage of you guys bustling, trying to push people out the way to get through this crazy, hectic part of the city. You grab some street food, like some mutton or something.
Yeah.
From these vendors, is it possible to buy more rations?
Yes, there is definitely a place in the market to buy rations. Let's see. I think it is 5 silver for 1 day of rations. So they're quite expensive.
Okay.
2 a gold.
I will take 1 gold piece off and replenish my 2 rations then.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Cool. Yep, no problem. There's easily.
Yeah, that was it for me.
Okay. There's easily a place in the market for that. Anybody else want to buy something from the market, or we're just montage?
I'm good.
heading through.
Yep, montage through the market. You go to a stall with a tabaxi running the place, and it's called "It's Totally Not Rats," and you get. And and you do you guys want to hail a cab, or you just want to walk? It's actually not that far from.
Walking.
Maybe a walk to the
there.
hospice, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So you walk through the. This is part of the trade ward. Yeah. So you walk through part of the trade ward to get there. Oh, yeah. Or the north ward. Either way. But you can just tell the difference day and night from the North Ward and the Trade Ward. The Trade Ward has an ass of people, and there's just building after building that are shops and all manner of different things. And the North Ward is like the old suburbs, basically. And you can
Old
just
money.
day and night, yeah, old money, and so it's like day and night between the two places. But you head towards the Hospice of St. Lobson, and as you approach. You see a large 4-story manor house. It's actually a house, and around each floor there is a deck, like a porch that runs around the entire outside of the building, and the porches are held up by all these columns. It's got that very like South Carolina southern charm kind of feel to this place. It's painted red. And you can see above the door there is like a rack with like bloody rags hanging over it. As you are in the hospice, you can see the Hospice of St. Lobson, and are walking around these porches are a few, like nurses or something like that, like bedside people in their like clothes and stuff, just walking around, some carrying like bedpans and some carrying other stuff, but you walk in through the front door, I assume, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So the front entrance to this place is like a grand kind of hall kind of area. There's 2 arced stairs that lead up to the second floor, and then so on. It like keeps going up and up and up all the way up. And you would know, Oliver, that all of this whole building is basically rooms, like just nothing but rooms. But it's more like akin to a house than it is to like a straight up hospital. But you can see, hanging banners from the balconies of the hands that are crossed, and the red ribbon that kind of ties the hands together. Yeah, even like that. Yeah, tied up together. And you're in the main hall of this place. There's people moving about. You can see a couple of old people with like big sickness kind of scars on them and stuff, as they're like lepers and shit, and they're like walking them, away and stuff like that. What would you like to do?
Go up to whoever I know to be like the decision maker there, some sort of upper management person.
Yep. Okay. So you can actually see in kind of the back of this main hall. There's more rooms like in the back and stuff. You're just in like this hall, and you actually see a familiar figure. There is a man, older, maybe in his early 60s, maybe. He has blonde hair that's like almost white, and it's got the huge widow's peak. He's almost going bald. He's wearing leather armor, basically, almost like he was a paladin, but all leather. He's got the holy symbol of Ilmater down his neck, and he has these gargantuan spectacles on his face, like they're like this fucking big. And you can see on his face are these gruesome scars that just completely cover his entire face, like he was burned in a fire or something. And it's all on his arms and hands and stuff like that. This terrible, terrible scars. And he is feeling his way around with a metal cane. You would recognize this as Sanctor. That's his official title. He is the Sanctor, or Father Sir Ander.
Father Sanctor, Father Surrender. It's Oliver.
He turns blindly towards you, and he almost whaps you with his cane. As you quickly dodge out of the way, he says, "Oh, Oliver, is that you?"
Yes, Sanctor, it is. I'm back. How have you been? How are you doing?
Good to see you, my boy. And he'll like start to approach you, and he's gonna end up hugging on Hexus.
Yeah, that's my friend Hexus. Yes, I've come with friends actually.
I'm very sorry there.
I'm just like stiff as a board, unmoving, just like
He'll
this is happening.
tap, and get closer to Oliver, and he'll like hug on Oliver, and he'll say, "Well, things are doing just fine here at the hospice, of course, as usual."
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry I've been away for so
What?
long.
I'm sorry. You know me. I have a hard time hearing.
I said I'm sorry I've been away so long. It's been a minute. I've been here and there. Listen, I need to talk to you about some procurement and stocking and inventory.
Inventory? Oh, I don't handle inventory, my boy.
Well, I'm just hoping you can kind of pass along the word to those amongst the hospice that I expect more attacks coming. The Zentarm and the Xanathars, you know how it is, but it's made its way towards me that there could be more attacks, and I just want to make sure that we're properly stocked and are able to handle maybe perhaps an influx of people in the next little bit.
Are you still speaking?
That's it.
All right, so here's his art, and you see approaching,
Fantastic.
and he's a knight. Well, he was, but approaching slowly, carefully, meticulously is a dark-haired woman, a human woman, and you recognize her. You've actually worked closely with her frequently. This is Sister Johanna. And she is actually kind of Sir Anders' kind of caretaker a little bit. Like he's like the Pope, but like is really dumb and like he's the worst. So she kind of takes the reins.
Okay.
But she'll approach and she'll say, Oliver, it's such a pleasure to see you. What do we
Yes.
owe this honor?
Sister Anna, great to see you again. Of course. I was just telling Father Surrender here that I hope we can be stocked up and have a full inventory over the next few weeks. It's made its way to me that we could be expecting an influx of patients, so to speak.
Whatever do you mean?
So, I don't want to go into details. It's not really here nor there, but I think we could have more patients in the beds as per usual.
She nods, and Sir Ander will speak up and say, Sister Johanna, is that you?
Oh, God.
Oliver's here! And she will say,
This is
yes.
great.
Yes, Sanctor, yes. I believe you are needed on the 3rd floor, sir. And he will say, you said on the 4th? She says, leans in really close to his ear and says, the 3rd floor, sir. And he'll says, right, I'm off. And he'll begin tapping his way to find the stairs, which he is having a hard time finding. And she'll say, I to the group now. She says, I do apologize for Sir Ander. He's sustained one too many scars in battle, you see.
Hasn't changed a bit, has he?
She will chuckle and say, it seems to be getting worse.
Sister, I didn't even want to kind of urge to you that listen, I can't really go into the details. I'm with my friends here, and I just know that I fear maybe that things are coming and things will change, and I just want to make sure that the hospice is ready if anything should happen, just that we're stocked up. I don't want to raise any alarms or put fright into the people. This is between you and I, but I just want to make sure we're prepared.
She nods and she says, you are frightening me a bit, but I will take your word. You are, a good doctor here, and you've done your fair share of proving yourself, so I do understand this.
It's probably nothing more than rumors that, we've worked together so long. I'm asking you to trust me on this one.
She will place her hand on your shoulder, and she will say, Ilmater represents those who are suffering. We will be ready.
Yes. I'll put my hand on the back of her head and kind of lean in and say,
Yeah.
just give her a silent nod.
Yep. She completely understands. And she will kind of wave her hand over the group of you and say, May Ilmater take away your suffering upon his back. Okay. Anything else?
So for me, I don't want to take any more of your time. We'll spare the introductions for another time.
I can't find the stairs, Sister Johanna!
Seems
Perhaps we
like
should
you
leave.
have more pressing issues as well.
All right, so she will bow and they're over here, Sir Ander. And, yep, we end that scene. So, how do you like Sir Ander?
Oh, God.
That is a real person in
Oh, great.
real D&D lore that really runs the hospital. He is really that fucked up for real. He is
Love it.
blind. He's going deaf, and he's covered in scars. But I mean, leave it to the guy, the lead paladin of the Temple of Ilmater, the people that suffer. They like whip themselves as they walk down the street barefoot and shit. Yeah, they're pretty brutal. Yeah. They're definitely the worst. But not really. It's fine. Yeah. So you make your way out of the hospice of St. Lopson. Where to?
I mean, probably home. We haven't heard anything from that potential employer from the yawning portal. So
Guys, I got to feed the dog real quick. I'll be back.
Oh
in.
yeah. Let's
Can we
take a
do
break.
quick break? Okay.
Yeah. I forgot. Yeah, let's totally do it.
I do want to say though, Taru never informed anyone of the employer.
Correct. But Yagra did. Yagra
Yeah,
said,
Yager did, right?
I have
Yeah.
work for you. So
We don't
that-
know about the do you want to be something greater, but we know about the guy on the balcony that I tried to talk to and he didn't want to talk to me.
Correct. You
Okay.
do know about that guy.
And sort of, as I specified, Fortune wanted to head ahead and not deal with the hospital. Also, because Tarun does not like hospitals.
Okay, so you went on ahead.
Yeah, that's why I muted. Got my burger.
Ooh.
Yeah. We did not have like a lot of the good stuff. Like we didn't have no lettuce, we didn't have no tomato, we didn't have no onions. But I'm just like, well, these are my
Gotta make do.
stepdad's cooking.
Gotta
Gotta
make do. All right. Breaky break.
Okay. Oh God, what if this is a third faction? I'm stuck between three different factions. That's gonna be a hell. Quick thing I noticed: look at Chris and Neil's chairs.
Oh my God, are they the same? They're not the same chair. Really close.
I thought at first they might be different, but I realized that's just the angle. That's the exact same chair.
No way. Cause Neil's has the words at the top, and
And theirs is centered.
his is in the center. Yeah.
They're at least the same
Oh,
brand.
maybe, yeah. But the wings are inverse too in color wise. It's black on the outside of Neil's and white on the inside. Well, maybe it is. Maybe they are the same. I don't know.
They're at least deja vu levels of similar.
They're definitely really similar.
Sure, there's nothing in my beard. It's the main issue with beard, just food getting stuck in there, and you're like, oh, this is not presentable. I'm gonna give Jax the attic room.
Okay.
I don't know.
The one that's full of
I
shit.
feel like that. No,
He'd
is
rather-
that one the one full? No, that's the tower stuff that's full of
Oh,
shit.
here, I got something for you. No, not literal shit, but like figurative shit. Here, I got this too. Here, look at this. Boom.
There's 2 rooms in the attic. Hold
Now
on.
you, now you have a handout in the locations that you can look at the layout of.
The attic bedroom, not the attic storage.
It's full of stuff. Oh, is it? I don't think so. Well, he'd rather.
We had trouble getting into the storage. We did not have trouble getting into the bedroom.
Well, you guys sleep. You and Oliver stay on the 3rd floor, don't you? The bedroom and the master bedroom.
Yeah,
Why can't he just have the bedroom on the 2nd floor?
true.
He'll just take the bedroom on the 2nd floor.
Okay. Take the second.
Yeah, like
We
you
have
have
the spare bedroom.
All
We're not
the
gonna give him
real
the spare
OGs
bedroom, 'cause,
sleep in the den.
yeah, you can't. Unfortunately, you can't sleep in the den because there's a huge hole in the roof. Or is it the den or the? Oh, it's the library that has a
So
huge
you
hole.
said the library, yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a sunken in floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because me and Census slept in the den last time.
Hmm.
Damn it! I have to find us a different carpenter because we already told the carpenter where we are. I was gonna get the sign made.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
I worked on that design. I'm like,
You
yes.
can talk to him, see what he says.
I might not be able to persuade them, but
Also,
Probably won't appreciate the pun.
Jay, I forgot to ask something, man.
Okay.
So I have a healer's kit. I'm at 7 out of 10 uses right now.
Mhm.
If I go to the hospice, am I able to like stock up or like replenish to get it back to 10 uses, or do I have to like buy a whole new kit, or how does that mechanic work?
That's a good fucking question.
Raw,
so
I don't think there's
Well,
anything.
let's talk.
to
Let's
do
talk
that.
about this because you and me can work this out, right? So
Sure.
it's 2 gold. It's 5 gold from the market. You get it for 2 gold.
Right. Right.
Um, how do you think you should handle that? Like, what are you asking me? Because I think honestly you have to like pay for it. I think that rationally makes more sense to me.
Yeah, and I think Oliver would like want to like he doesn't want to just take from the hospice. I think he'd like want to, you know, repay them kind of like at cost, like what it would actually cost them to build these kits. He'd want to replenish them for him. So
Um,
if
so I
I can
guess
throw a couple silver or gold to it, then
2 silver per use.
okay, okay.
2 silver per use, but only
Um,
you can do this. You know what I'm saying? Like only because you have the connection with the hospice.
Sure. Okay. So let me take out 6 silver and I'll replenish the 3 uses. So I'm back up at 10 then.
Yep.
Okay. Appreciate it, man. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
In theory, it would be cheaper to buy a whole new one, like overall. Because if you do 2 silver per use, then you're eventually gonna spend 10 gold on or 5 gold on a. No, it'd be 10 gold on a thing. So it's cheaper
Yeah.
just to buy a whole new one. But if you're just like, I don't have a lot of funds right now, let me get a couple more
It's
uses.
got to get topped up. Yeah.
Right.
No, I like that.
Okay.
I like the NPCs you had ready to go too. I'm surprised you had a whole staff list of people I could interact with here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I go. That's how I roll. They're real people too.
Ah,
That's really their names from the. I didn't have to make up anything. Like I just went Forgotten Realms.
deep in that Ilmater lore, right? All right.
Who runs the Hospice of Saint Lopson? And they were like, oh, this retired knight that is from this. They're called Sanctors, is what these knights are called. This like order of Ilmater knights and stuff. Oh yeah, I read all about it.
Question.
Yes.
Would my disguise kit include like sort of colored contacts sort of thing?
I don't know. Yes.
Okay. In that case, with the help of a disguise kit and my new spell, Disguise Self, I have a picture for the alternate identity.
Okay.
I wanted it to look as different as I could get. I'm like, and I've seen the moves of like behind the scenes you can get to try to gauge what could be possible, but with colored context and a little Disguise Self, this should be possible.
Disguise self should be able to change your eye.
Well, I want to make sure it's as close to possible because the problem with Disguise Self, if you're taller, something goes through your head.
Yeah.
So I'd want to use Disguise Self to augment it, sort of.
I see.
Like
I see.
disguise self to change your skin color or something.
Yeah,
That makes
which
sense.
is yeah, or make sure that if makeup begins to rub off, I don't have purple underneath.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm cool with that. Yeah.
I have you probably saw the name.
Yeah.
Last name.
Yeah. Okay, we're good. That's good. And I'm gonna talk to you about something later that you were asking about last session, but like it'll occur in game most likely. So we'll talk about it when it happens.
Cool.
All right. So almost everybody's back. And the next place that we're going is Tarun, you wanted to run home?
Basically, yeah, head there first and begin changing to the new to the alternate one.
Okay. All right. That's perfectly fine. That's all you wanted to do though, because I imagine the party would be not that far behind you.
Yeah, so mostly that's all I'd probably be able to get done. Probably leave a note.
Okay.
Like I've already headed out.
Okay. Um, so here's what happens, actually. Tarun runs ahead, leaves you guys at the hospice. You guys exit the hospice and begin making your way towards Troll Skull Alley. Do you want to hail another cab?
It's a copper. What's a copper?
Okay. You hail a cab. This one's pretty cheap. Shitty. One of the axles is off alignment. So you like, it's really fucking bumpy. As you may, the group of you can just hear clang, clang, clang of jacks as he bounces back and forth on this carriage. And you
Like
make your
5 minutes and I'm just gonna be like, wait.
way.
I wanna like get him to stop the cab
Yeah.
and I'm gonna go under and I'm gonna try and cast mending to just fix what's wrong down there.
Yeah. Okay. So you kind of stop the cab, right? And the cabbie's like, "Oh, what's all this thing? What are you doing?"
Let me try and improve your business.
Sure. You run under there, and yeah, you can see that the axle is actually cracked a little bit. So it causes this wheel to kind of go on a different axis than the other one. So you cast mending, and it snaps back into place. And the cabbie gets out. It's like, "Oi, what's up? Wait, did you just fix that?" Oi. Well, the God's blessing upon you, friend. The ride's free. Thank you so much.
You. I'm glad to not have a bumpy ride.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yes, you can ride with me for free anytime, sir. Thank you. And he'll get back in and take
Texas,
you
well
guys.
done. You're quite the healthy one, aren't you?
I just, I dabble.
Do you have inspiration?
I do.
Okay. So you make your way through the North Ward to Troll Skull Alley, and because you took a carriage, you're actually a little quicker, and you can see Troll Skull Alley as as a woman a human woman is exiting the tavern.
Half elven if you look at the ears.
Okay, half-elven woman with the brown hair, wearing a blue dress, with an air of a bit of nobility to them, perhaps old money, as they are leaving the tap room and locking the chain back.
Shit.
Who?
Jack's lean over. Do you know this woman?
I don't know. Excuse me.
They will pause a bit and look over. You see, I'll just post the picture in Discord for now.
I think a decent curly brown hair,
Ye.
half-elven woman.
Hello. You must be Tarun's friends.
Yes, sorry. Can we help you with something?
Oh, Tarun just asked me to come have a look at the place. I am Gendy. It is nice to meet you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, how do you spell that? Gendy?
Gendi.
Okay. Oh, yes, we are friends of Tarun. Have you seen him? I believe he left here. We're going to meet him later.
They mentioned something about important business and simply asked me to lock up the place before they left.
Oh, okay. And I guess they gave you a key then as well to do that?
Yes, we're very close. Practically family at this point. I probably would not be here without their assistance.
Well, any family of Tarun is, of course, welcome. He's been a tremendous compatriot these last few weeks. Is there somewhere you can go, or somewhere we can help take you then?
Oh, I was just headed to why is my brain blinking now of all times? I was about to head down to the yawning portal to meet with some potential friends.
Ah, yes, of course, familiar with the place. Well, perhaps we'll see you there. I'm not quite sure what the night holds in store for us yet.
Perhaps we shall.
Gendy, pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. I didn't quite catch your name.
Oh, my apologies, Dr. Oliver Zander. These are my friends Census and Texas here.
Ah, Oliver, they did mention you. Uh, you're the one who patched them up, from what I can tell, quite expertly. You have my gratitude for keeping them safe.
So, not a day's work, no trouble at all.
And she will curtsy and begin walking off.
Before she leaves, I want to be like, are you new in town? I don't think I've seen you around. Do you live around here?
I currently have to use inns to stay at. I'm foreign nobility, as you probably guessed.
Oh.
Are
Well,
you hold up one second. Hexus, are you skeptical?
a little bit, because you said like old money, and this is where old money is.
That was an assumption. Does
Oh.
that seem correct to you, Tarun?
Yeah, they look old money. They
Okay.
don't look like new money.
Continue what you were saying.
So like I was thinking like they look old money. Old money is here,
Okay.
and usually old money doesn't move in.
Okay, so then Tarun, I
It's
want you to
really
make
true.
a
Yeah.
perception check with advantage. You're totally owning your thing. So I didn't make you roll for Oliver because Oliver was nice, but Hexus being skeptical, so Hexus, I'll allow an insight check from you as well.
Disadvantage because I got exhaustion.
Okay, perfect. Excellent.
Ugh.
Then we know how that turns out. But still, the conversation's still happening.
Well, it's always good to see a new face, especially if it's a friendly one.
Likewise. Though I must be off, I guess some of Tarun rubs off me at times. I'd like to keep moving. Adieu. And they will begin heading off.
Would you like us to hold? Did Tarun give you their key? Would you like us to get it back to them?
Sure. Right. I was planning on meeting with them later today and handing it back, but if you can get it back to them more swiftly, that would be appreciated, and they'll hand it to you. And they will begin to head off.
Yep.
Also, is there only one key to this place? Does only
There is.
Tarun have? Okay.
I hold the power now.
I've not touched this key once, and I own this place.
Yeah, there's only one key for sure. Yeah.
Actually, because she would actually stop before handing it to you. It's like, wait, Tarun said you would have to be the one to hold it and hand it back to Oliver, seeming to like pause and mentally count.
Yeah, sure. Thank
And
you.
then head off.
Turn of events.
Indeed.
Ooh, dramatic. Okay. So Tarun, I guess, heads off. And, the group of you are left at the Troll Skull Manor.
Second.
Jay, did you switch yourself to mute, buddy?
Did I? Testing. Hello.
There it goes.
you're
Now
back.
we can
Oh, I
hear
thought that was me.
Was I muted for a second? Oh, my internet's shitty. My
I
internet.
think it cut out for a sec, but you're good now.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Well, so yeah, he leaves with Tarun. I guess leaves, and the group of you are left at the Troll Skull Manor.
Guess.
Did
Stay
you guys
inside? Open.
need to go back to your state, or did you want to come in?
It's the middle of the day, so we didn't come home last night. They'll know that we're out doing something around town. While we're here, we might as well help y'all clean up. I guess. I mean, I will. Brother, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Do some more cleanup.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do. I guess Jax is with us too.
Yep.
Well, are you down for a little bit of manual labor?
Cleaning
The place
montage.
is
He will.
Quite in disarray.
He'll say, "Well, I think this would be a good chance for me to find my new room, right?"
Yeah.
Of course, of course. And if he's not going to talk about the ghost that we mentioned last time, I'm not going to mention it either, and we're just going to fucking go ahead.
He may have forgotten.
Pardon me?
He may have.
Okay, well then, fuck it. I'm not going to mention it then.
Yep. All right. So all of you go inside to the tap room, I assume. Is that right? Or you want to go up to the first floor or the second floor rather? All right, tap room. Okay, there's still plenty of things
Well,
in the tap room.
yeah, we'll go into the tap room, and if these guys want to start cleaning up, and then I can take Jax around into the second floor and take him to that extra bedroom.
Yep.
The floor is in acceptable shape.
Yep.
The note would probably be like on the bar that
Okay.
Tarun left.
What does it say?
Basically, just informing them that they had a friend come over to see if they'd be interested in helping out in getting the place up and running, and that they would be probably out before them because of a potential job offer.
Excellent. So we get this kind of montage of you guys doing stuff, and we fade back to, hold up, I got that right here. It is Gendy. All right, we fade back onto Tarun / Gendy. What are they doing?
They're headed to the. Why is my brain incapable of remembering the place this all started? Yawning Portal.
Okay.
And just going to.
You head to the yawning portal. You see the 4-story building. Open the door, and it is it's not incredibly busy right now. It's more of a night kind of place. You could see what's her name, Bonnie, is kind of washing tables. You can see Durnan behind the bar. There's a few nondescript people here. No one of interest to you, though.
I will look around as if I'm new to the place and sit down at the bar and say, excuse me.
Yes, Lassie, how can I help you?
Do you know one David Starsong?
Devil, you mean?
Devil. Oh, Devil. I must have written it down incorrectly. My apologies. Yes.
What business do you got with Devil?
I received a letter in for me. They might have some work for me.
He leans in, puts one hairy arm on the counter. This is Durnan, by the way. He puts a hairy arm on the table, the counter, and he says, "You don't want to be doing no work with the Devil. Nasty business they got. Not for a lass like you."
I appreciate the offer, but do you think there's a pause and genuinely consider like the options of, well, then where would you recommend I find work? I'm not as meek as I might appear. I do know some magic.
Oh, sorcerer then.
More of a musical magic.
A
Though I
bar?
see, she nods.
Well, I have an open stage at night. Maybe you can play a couple songs for us.
Oh, that does sound quite delightful. So it wouldn't be as much travel as I tend to do. She like pulls out a little bits of notes and starts writing. It's certainly an option. Certainly an option.
Well, I'll tell you, lass. You wouldn't want to mess with Devil or anyone in his organization. They're up to no good, you know.
Oh, yeah. She seems to like be pushed, like as if mentally piecing stuff together. Go, oh, I see.
He nods, like, "Yep, you get it."
Though it might be good to. She's like clearly trying. It looks like she's clearly trying to like weigh options and say.
I'll say, well, lass, I'll leave it to you. If you want a drink, I'm right here.
Yeah, that does sound good. And she'll like a silver. Too expensive, I'm afraid.
You super cut out just now.
So, they put down a silver and will say, I don't have the most money right now. Something simple would be nice.
He'll slide it across the counter, and he will slide you a shadow dark ale, same as everybody gets, really.
She'll taste it, pause a bit, and smile, and then continue to drink it.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to do here?
Probably just wait.
You're gonna just sit around and wait.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So we cut back to the group. What would you guys like to do? It seems the Tarun is not coming back anytime soon.
So we've probably done about as much as we can to just like
In the tap room.
clear the tap room without actually doing anything.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So maybe I kind of pull census aside and I'm like, maybe grandmother might like to sponsor our little operation, get a nice upbeat bar in the neighborhood. Could be a worthwhile investment in her eyes.
Potentially, especially with walking distance of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you, you guys would know, your grandma don't like alcoholics, man. Her husband was an alcoholic. She don't like them.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
True.
she's the town on Music Man where they're like, we can't have no pool hall here. It's gonna bring all kinds of hoodlums.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Perhaps not.
Perhaps not. We could probably go down to the woodworking shop and just get some like planks for the floor, just so we're not tiptoeing around holes all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Start-
It's probably
start
better to
getting that in
repair
order.
infrastructure first.
Yeah.
We could even go down to the smiths and get maybe some materials for simple piping. Redo some of the area. Yeah. You're right. Let's go to the shops.
Okay. How much wood would we need to really
A lot, probably.
obviously.
I mean, I would estimate 200 or 300 gold worth for the
Yeah,
whole place.
yeah, and that's just material.
just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty pricey. So I think if you want to just get some wood to cover up holes so you don't fall in them, you know, like just put some boards over a couple
Mhm.
planks, like nail on each side, over holes and stuff to just kind of walk over so you don't fall in. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, you can spend. I mean, how much gold do you want to spend? You know what I mean? Like,
That's the question.
yeah, you can spend as much as you'd like. But I think Oliver and Jax can be privy to this as well, if you guys
Okay.
are. Is that cool? That you guys
Yeah,
are like.
Yeah,
fun.
absolutely.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure. Like, I want to include the group if the group can be included.
Listen, if you gentlemen are more than happy to go and get some resources, I can spare. I mean, I have 17 gold to my name. I'm happy to give you 15 of that. I mean, this bar is kind of ours, right? You gentlemen don't have to be on the hook for it. This should be out of my pocket, out of Tarun's pocket, out of Never Emma's pocket. Actually, now that I think about it, I mean, he said he'd be a partner in this. Well, you know what? I'll give you my 15 gold pieces. Make sure you write down how much this exactly costs, and then we'll maybe send him a bill. We'll see what Tarun can do with him. He's more of a silver-tongued devil than I am, but listen, take this 15 gold pieces, maybe see how far it can go.
All right.
All right.
Game.
All right. So you head over to the Bent Nail. Is that correct?
Yeah.
As you walk in, You see Tally Fellbranch. He is currently working on a table that takes up a lot of room in this uh, area, but he's working.
Hello there.
Hello.
Um, Tally, is it?
He nods.
We're here to just buy some lumber.
What you need?
Just some planks to cover holes in our floor. Um, Nothing too fancy.
I might have something.
How much could you get us for about 15 gold?
A good bit.
Well, any specific kind we're looking for, Census?
No, just cheap particle board that'll hold our weight above a hole that's not terribly large.
Fantasy particle board. Um,
I assume they could make particle board. I'm not really sure. I'm not even sure how particle board's made. It's
so
like
I work.
smashed wood together, isn't it?
Yeah, this is glue and wood. Yeah, they don't make that nowadays or back then. They have just planks on everything. Everything's made of wood planks. But he will have a shitload of wood planks that you
I'm
can.
an oak or whatever.
Yeah, if you want more, he can give you cedar, which is it's lighter and it smells good, but it's like for siding. It's not actually super structural. But it could save you from falling in a hole. It could, but you can't put a lot of pressure on it. Or he can give you less of like some pine wood.
Hmm,
Uh, yeah, let's just take the pine wood, I
let's take
guess.
the-
Pine wood. Okay.
I
Yep.
really don't want to fall through the hole.
Yep. So he gets you a stack of pine wood, and it is too much for you to just carry.
Yeah, we really didn't think about this, did we?
We can't like put it on one of our shoulders and like
Yeah.
fireman it.
I mean, yeah. I'm not saying it's just two. You could in 2 or 3 trips take it all. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
With an unseen servant, maybe 2 trips instead of 3?
Sure. I'll allow
Okay.
it. I'll allow it.
Cool.
The unseen servant carries 1 board. As you guys carry 3 or 4. But you can actually take this wood from Tally. You pay him. And it's enough to cover a decent amount of holes, actually. It could almost get specifically the holes in the floor. It could cover mostly all of them. But it needs to be cut and nailed. So Tarun did purchase a saw and a hammer and some nails. But yeah.
Got magic nails.
Okay. Fair. So you guys want to start working on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Carpentry montage. Um, After a moment,
Fuck my thumb!
montage.
yeah. So we cut back to Tarun, basically. What do you want to do?
After a while, she's just like writing. She will bid adieu to Darwin. Thank you for your help. And I'm afraid I might have got myself into more than I bargained for with that. And she will head off
Mhm.
and head to probably the same shop. I just realized because, yeah, the priorities
Okay. So you want to head where?
to the carpenter shop in Troll Skull Alley.
All right. So you begin to head your way back to Troll Skull Alley. So set the scene for me. Set a scene for me, Oliver. You want to have a scene? Set it for me. What's the setting?
So we're showing Jax's room, which is just boards that aren't collapsed essentially. And
Right.
so, I know it's not much Jax at the time, but you're more than happy to occupy this room if you want. Tarun and I are on the 3rd floor. We have the bare bones of a bar downstairs, but really what I wanted to talk to you about was what happened today. And I know this is tough for you, but I'm really glad that you decided to tell Baltra about the attack and about everything. I think she can really help.
He nods and he says, "It was the right choice. I knew it was. It's just tough. You know me, Oliver. I've never really gotten beaten before."
Yes. Well, I mean, that's it's hard for even me to believe, but you're right. Just because it's the right choice doesn't mean that it's easy. But I'm proud of you. I really am. I think you did a really big step forward today, and I didn't want to push you too much, but I think maybe next time we talk to Borjo, we should maybe see if maybe show her your leg, see if there's maybe something she knows about this magic, because I am as good of doctor as I can be, but I I cannot fix this. I'm sorry, but maybe she can. What do you think?
Good idea.
He nods and he'll say, "Yeah, you're probably right. I didn't think about that. Mm, I gotta say, Oliver, you're a lot different than I remember."
So when you saved me from getting beat up in that alley all those years ago, that was a long time ago. But we both grown. But anyways, and getting like kind of like teary eyed, but not wanting to. No, perhaps next time, once we accomplish our next mission, um, perhaps we can bring up your leg at that time.
He nods and says, "Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably
And
right."
anyways, get yourself settled. I'll be downstairs and cleaning up what I can. I think the twins are going to come with some lumber or something, and we can maybe get this place to tip top shape at least to a place where we can have a beer here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I'll take off some of this armor and put my vestments back on. I'm about sick of clanking around the city.
Please get comfortable. You're home now. I'll walk downstairs.
Yep, excellent. Um, so we kind of get some more montage of you guys cutting wood with this handsaw and nailing it, and the afternoon is approaching quickly. And we get a screen wipe on that. We get a scene with not Tarun, but Gendy, as they are standing outside the bent nail with the sign that just has one big carriage bolt nail bent on it.
Looking about as if she's like trying to pertain that this is a shop, she'll eventually shrug and go to daintily open the door and
Yep.
head in.
You can see Tally working away.
Excuse me.
Well, hello, he says, as it seems you have gotten his attention.
She will go to like she'll like pour through a bunch of like papers like designs on them, and she'll say, do you're a carpentry shop, right?
He nods. One of the best in the North Ward.
Yes, I was recommended to go here by a dear friend of mine. Do you think you could design like make a wooden sign for a potential tavern?
He nods and says, "Anything."
And she'll like pull out one of the designs that has like been encircled, like this is the one,
Right.
and go to show it to them. I was thinking something like this, if it wouldn't be too troubling, and I want to get a good gauge of price.
Yeah, he slides it across this table that he's building, and looks at it and kind of nods and says, "This shouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't think. I'd say 2 gold."
That sounds delightful. And she'll rummage through like pockets. It's gonna take a bit before pulling out coin person, pulling out 2 gold. Do I pay in advance, or I'm new to the city, so
He nods. He'll say,
okay.
I'll have it ready for you in 2 days."
Understood. Do you have some sort of receipt in case I need to send someone else to retrieve it for me?
Absolutely, he says as he will write you up a receipt.
And she'll take it and say, thank you very much. I was also recommended to visit some of the other shops around here, but I get confused by it. I got confused by just your sign alone. Do you think you could maybe give me directions to let's see, uh, plants, a place I could get maybe a couple plants to help liven up a place?
Mm. Coralon's Crown. Just
Where?
right down the street. Turn down into the alley. It's about 4 buildings down. There's a glass ceiling. That'd be perfect for you.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. And they'll switch to like Elvish
Mhm.
to basically say blessings of Corlon upon you, and then go to begin heading out.
Yeah, he gives you a big warm smile as you exit. And what you want to head towards Coralon's Crown?
Mhm.
Okay. You head towards Coralon's Crown. Open the door. There's beautiful chimes ring as if it's a singing voice. And you can see plants abound. And you see a familiar face. What is their name? Hold up. I'll find it. Let me pull up my notes. I'm doing pretty good for not using my notes. Here we go.
Allah.
Fala Leflir. As you see, elvish figure tending to some plants nearby.
Excuse me. And seeing they're full of, she'll say that in Elvish.
They respond in elvish. Yes, welcome to the Corlon's Crown.
She'll like look around, very much appreciating the beauty of the place.
Yeah, there's actually like 2 customers in here browsing as well.
and take it easy. Oh my, this is quite the. I certainly found the right place. She'll like talk through notes and begin looking around.
Yep,
There are other customers.
there are, yeah.
Is there any like? I'm not the biggest plant person, but like, I guess like just like simple flowers that look like they're going to be more hardy and last a while.
Like a potted plant is what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
You can find
preferably
like
like a pair of potted plants that'll look good.
yeah, like some orchids or something. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know much about flowers either, so
Peace lilies are really good for that kind of environment.
dope. They got them. Like whatever.
Just don't get the ones that are gonna eat you.
Right.
Preferably not.
Right. Yep. Yeah, you should see the assassin vines they have upstairs.
Why would you sell that?
They don't
Why
sell.
would you not?
They don't sell them. They don't sell them. They're upstairs in their
Fair
house.
enough. Okay. Pick out like 2 of the more healthy little,
Sure. Two
wow.
silver, a silver piece apiece, I guess.
and while like going to purchase it, she'll say, I certainly. How do you get your garden so beautiful in this place? It's like the breath of fresh air.
They nod and say, "It is a secret of mine, but I have this," and they will hold out a like spherical ball, basically like an orb, and they will say, "It is a magical item that creates beautiful sunlight."
Oh my! This makes
Once a
things
day.
more.
I feed them this once a day.
Ah, I see. It's quite magnificent and certainly helps. Must be helpful for business. Oh, I'm Gendy. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Fala Lefler.
Farla, that is a beautiful name.
Thank you.
I'm new to town, taking in shops. I'm visiting an old friend and wanted to help them out.
They nod.
Mm. She like pause as if thinking again and say, No, I know where that is. I think I should be good, but it is a pleasure to meet you.
They nod.
And she'll take the potted plants. Yep. Like she'll curtsy first and then
Okay.
head out back to the tavern is.
Okay. So you want to head back to the tavern? Okay. You were there.
She'll knock on the actual entrance, not the tavern
Actually,
entrance.
when you come into the yard or near Troll Skull Alley, you can see Census is outside with a handsaw and is cutting this wood. Yeah, as I guess I'm gonna have to say everybody helps. So Jax is loading up, like taking this big long lumber and setting it down for Census to cut, and Oliver's taking the small pieces in and brings in it to Hexus, who is bending it into the floor. But yeah, we
Trying to be very neat and tidy, just like
What a great
overly
strategy,
correctly
guys.
placing these boards that are
Yeah.
like not great.
Yep, yep. And yeah, and your cuts are all crooked and shit. But, but yeah, none of you are proficient with any of these things. So you are makeshift fixing the house, but yeah, you do see everybody moving, hustling and bustling around as you approach.
Excuse me.
Hello.
She's
it's that
holding
lady
like
again.
2 potted plants.
Oh, Indy, hello, yes.
I thought I'd bring these as a, I guess, housewarming gift. I presume. I also Turun asked me to design something, so you'll need to pick it up from the carpenter in 2 days. They said.
Oh, that's
Neat.
great. Thank you so much. Yes, of course. Come on in.
She'll like set the potted plants like on the front porch, essentially. Not wanting to hear them all around, and we'll hand you the receipt for the sign.
Perfect. Thank you. Look it over.
Yep.
Does it say what it is?
It's a sign. It says for a sign, and it's
Or
the
sign?
bent
Okay,
nail. Yeah, the bent nail.
sure. Yes, I will be sure to grab this. Thank you so much. This is terrific.
Uh, do you all need some help? You don't seem to be very skilled at this.
Yeah, dude, I'm terrible at this, but we're getting it done. I've only cut myself twice.
'Cause I'm half proficient.
Jax will wake up and say, "I'm not doing too bad at my job. Come on."
Census, see me after. Gendy, you're more than happy to join if you want. I have to warn you, though, we're really just doing kind of the grunt work, just working the place into a livable manner, really.
Yes, well, it's better to. I'm a well, Tarun, and as you've probably learned about them, we're both bards. We actually tend to practice together, so I can probably. Well, we tend to be good with our hands and like roll up. Hold on, is it sleeves or do I have to take off gloves? Roll up sleeves, and we'll go to help for a good like 20 minutes or so before
All right,
seeming to
well,
remember.
you would know that. Actually, let's say this: how many times did you cast Disguise Self on yourself? Once.
Just enough to get by, I would
yeah,
say.
it's gonna fade here any minute, and
Yeah,
that's being lenient. At any minute, like that's me being super nice as a DM because it takes an hour to walk from the yawning portal back to the fucking manor. So
Okay.
I'm being real nice and saying that you got a couple more minutes on it.
In that case, she will say, "Oh, just a moment," and she's going to pause a bit, seems to remember something, and quickly walk. Says, "1 moment," and just like once I break line of sight and stuff with them, cast it again
Okay, fair.
to
Just
refresh it,
Yeah, just making sure. Okay.
and then come back and help with that.
Yep. So it's about an hour till nightfall, and I imagine you guys probably want to quit at nightfall. I imagine.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we're fucking exhausted by that point.
Yeah. So
I
45.
still have a point of exhaustion, so I can't really do too much more.
So we get about 45 minutes into this work. Tarun / Gindi, what do you want to do?
She will notice the time and say, "Oh, I should probably head it home. I'm glad to have been of service to you. Torun will find me, and she'll curtsy and begin heading off.
Gendy, thank you so much for your help. We really pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well. And she will leave.
Okay. All right.
Prob
You got 15 minutes. What do you do?
Probably take a route that's less likely to be as focused on back.
Okay. Where are you going? Just
Nightfall, yawning portal. That's when I gotta meet him.
okay. All right. So the rest of you, Gendy has left, and you think, yeah, it's probably quitting time. What would you like to do?
Well, fuck, if it's quitting time, we need eating time too.
So, don't know about you fellows, but I'm rather exhausted. It's about time we pack it in.
Go get a nice home cooked meal for us all.
The invite is open. I'm happy to take it.
I'm
Door's
sure
always
Molly made
open.
enough dinner for everybody. She always makes too much.
She does.
Well, yeah, that would be great if it's not too much of an imposition then.
It's just 3 more. 4 if you count the paladin.
Yeah, I'm invited too, right?
Oh yeah, I counted you for 2 people because I'm sure you can eat enough.
Hey, I'm polite. He say. I know how to act around around important people. He will say. And you guys head over towards the Gemini estate. See it before you.
Yeah.
Yep, you can see that Bruno must have been to work today because one set of shutters that was falling off is now back on properly.
Should have got him to help us cut the boards.
Probably.
But yeah, you enter the manor, and you can just smell from the kitchen the aroma of cooked meats and roasted vegetables. And what would you like to do?
Molly, we've got company.
So the kitchen is off the living room, which is like nearby. So you hear Molly's voice sound out and say, "Well, it's almost ready. It'll be done in a moment."
And I'll just kind of gesture for them to sit down in the living room while we wait.
Yeah, I'll go in there and ask if the I won't even ask. Fuck, I know where everything is. I'm just gonna start setting the table for extra guests.
Yep, no problem. There is
I've seen them do it enough. I can handle it.
yeah. There's you have a pretty nice dining room actually with a really long table. But no matter how much you mend it, Hexus, for some reason the table's always like, if you push down on one corner, it always like bobs up and down. For some fucking reason, you can't even.
Chop that leg off, sewed it
yeah.
back on so many
Oh
times.
yeah, you've done so much work on this table, and it just never ever works.
It's a damn table.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, after a moment of just kind of sitting I almost did it again. Census begins setting the table. Bruno will appear in his clothes. Although you can see his sleeves are rolled up. He's a little dirty, like he might have been like really working today. And he will say, yes, young master Gemini, I got something for you. It's a letter, you see. And he'll reach into his coat pocket and pull out a note, a piece of parchment folded, and he'll hand it to Hexus.
Thank you very much. I see you finally got that shutter fixed.
One of many, he says as he like scratches his head like, fuck.
I'll kind of like dust what little bit of wood dust I got on me off, just aligning boards. And I'm like, we did some work today too, fixing up that old Troll Skull Manor.
You're taking a shine into it, have you?
Yeah, it's it'll be a nice place.
Well, excited to see what it turns out to be.
And then I'm just gonna crack open the letter.
Yep. So you bust open this letter. It's just a folded piece of parchment, and it says in this really nice filigreed handwriting. It says, "Join the family. Meet Davil Starsong at the Yawning Portal."
When by chance was this delivered?
It was this morning.
Ah, we better eat quickly then. And I'll show everybody, like, it looks like we're to be expected at the Yawning Portal. That might be where Tarun went, his possible
be.
employer.
No, I think we had
Panic.
something similar delivered to our place as well, actually.
Huh.
I have to warn you, though, and I'll speak a little bit quieter. I have to warn you, though, when this was delivered, it was delivered by a snake with wings. Similar
Bruno,
to Jintan.
was this delivered by a snake with wings?
He comes back into the room and he says, "Right, yeah, it was. How'd you know that?"
Why would he not tell us that? Why would you not leave? Why would you not leave
Why
that?
would you not
I didn't think it was important.
I mean, they're weird magic people. What do you expect?
Oh fuck, dude.
I thought it was something to do with your black staff or whatever.
Okay, that's fair. You know what? That's my fault. That's completely fair assumption.
Right. Don't hate the player, hate the game, and he'll like turn around,
Understandable.
walk away. But as this is happening, you see coming down the stairs is an elderly woman. I think, yeah, Oliver, you've seen this woman before, though she was covered in paint the last time you saw her, and livid. You see a elderly woman, the lady of the house, Lady Theodosia Gemini. I see we have company. Hexus, Census.
The vision of beauty herself, the matron of the estate.
She says, as you see her caress the fan on her side.
Ugh.
Flashbacks.
It's just like that. It's the fucking dog meme with the fucking no.
Yep. All right, and she will curtsy to Oliver and curtsy to Jax, and she will say, "I am Lady Theodosia Gemini. It is a pleasure to meet the both of you."
And I say, "Dear Theodosia, what do you say to you?"
She says, "Oh, that was a
You
great,
have my eyes.
that was a lovely tune. My husband used to sing to me."
I'll politely bow
memories.
back.
She'll take the fan,
Yeah.
fan herself. Nice.
Yeah. I have to acknowledge the Hamilton reference, of course. I will politely bow back.
Right. Jax will say, "Jax Guilfoyle, my lady," and he will bow. And she'll say, "Yes, enough of the pleasantries. Let's eat. I'm starving."
Myself as well.
And all of you take a seat at the table. Molly and Bruno will bring out bowls of beef stew. It is fucking delicious. It's really good. Molly is a fucking awesome cook, man.
Real good for knocking off that exhaustion.
Yeah. She gives a nice hearty beef stew, and you can see that Jax is trying so hard not to just fucking devour this shit. Like, he's trying so hard to daintily hold the right spoon, and if, like, he knows his manners, like he knows what spoon to use, like he knows everything, but he's trying really, really fucking hard in his like clothes and like his normal clothes, and after a moment of eating, Lady Theodosia will say, "Bruno, go fetch Josephine, please. She needs to eat as well." And she will say, "It's quite nice to have the twins at dinner with us. It's been some time since we have all shared a meal."
It has been too
Oh,
long.
we are always busy these days, it seems. It's nice to finally sit down for once.
Um, these companions of yours, and she'll turn to Oliver. What do you do, sir?
Doctor, I volunteer at the hospice of St. Robson most of my time, actually.
How noble, she'll say, and a great profession, and she'll like gaze over at Census.
It is indeed. I agree.
Um,
A very noble pursuit.
yourself, and he'll say, Jax will say, I'm a knight, ma'am, of Tyr. And she will say, "Oh, a knight. My apologies, sir." And he says, "Oh, no, no need, ma'am. No need, please. Thank you." Um, she will look over at Hexus and Census and say, "You are surrounding yourself with excellent people."
Just as you taught us.
Yes. And with that, Josephine will be brought into the room, and she looks a bit frazzled, like her hair's kind of crazy right now, but not any more than usual, but just a little bit more than usual. And she will take a seat, but the question is where. So, what is our seating arrangements? Is Census and Hexus sitting side by side?
Um,
I'd imagine.
I would imagine that Theodosia would be at the head of the table,
Correct.
and Hexy and I would either be on the right or the left, on her right and left side, facing each other.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then I assume Mother would sit somewhere, probably next to Hexy.
Okay. She will come and seat next to Hexus. And Theodosia will say, it's great for you to join us, Josephine." And she just kind of nods quietly, kind of stares at her bowl.
I'll just be like, it's nice to see you again, Mother.
She nods towards you. A kind of weird, awkward silence kind of fills the room. And Theodosia will fill it with her loud mouth by saying, "So what have you all been getting into these days?"
Well,
Well,
we
we-
clowned Mount Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Excellent. Climbed the whole thing, you say?
All the way to the peak.
Very good. Did you hear that, Josephine? And she kind of looks up and looks at Hexus, and then she like locks eyes with Census for a moment. And what do you do, Census? Because she's like looking directly into your eyes.
I just look back, as seething as possible while still kind of hiding it,
Yeah.
not saying anything.
Yeah. She just kind of gives you this almost mimicking your look.
Yeah.
And she will just look back down at her food, not saying anything. And I think if there's nothing else important, that we can just kind of get rid of this dinner.
After
Alright.
she starts like speaking up, just trying to fill space, and I look around, everybody's kind of finishing their bowls. I'm like, so we should be hurrying to meet at the Yawning Portal tonight. It was nice seeing you again. Good night, everybody. Thanks for the wonderful meal, Molly. We must be off.
Absolutely delicious. Thank you so much for having us.
It was my pleasure to have guests.
And then we're skedaddling.
Yep. As you go,
I'll give her a quick kiss on her forehead.
right,
and-
she will grab your arm.
Mhm.
Theodosia will grab your arm and kind of turn towards you and whisper and say, "Do not turn to alcohol, Census."
Yes, grandmother.
And she'll let you go.
Moderation is key.
She nods. As you go, head out, your mother, Josephine, has not touched a single bite of her food, but watches Census leave.
Alrighty.
And we're going to go out into the cool night air of a springtime night. Salune out in all of her glory. And we cut back to Tarun. Tarun, are you still Gendy?
They would be waiting for a while before to make sure that they're probably there, and yeah, they're gonna be meeting them as Gendy
All right.
before applying the disguise self like much later, waiting a while with it off before getting in.
All right. So you've already used it twice.
Yeah, and I'm
Okay.
gonna wait until I'm certain they're gonna be in there before doing it thrice, and I'm out of slots.
Okay. 3 times is the charm. All right. Cool. 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 So yeah,
Third
then
time's the charm.
you cast it again, walk in, and yes, you do see on the second floor, familiar face, blonde hair, mustache, kind of old noble clothes. Got his legs kicked up on the table, holding a glass of wine. You see Davil Starsong, but you also see sitting at the bar, 2 familiar faces, Renaer Neverember and Maloon Wardragon. They're sitting together. And they seem to be having some kind of conversation and laughing.
Ooh.
But those are the NPCs, I think. Let me double check. I don't think you see Volo. I don't think Volo's there. Let's see. No, Volo's not there right now. Those are the main NPCs. But the place is all raucous. You know, there's all kinds of people in here. But you do see Davil.
Well, we're here for a reason.
This is Gendy that sees this. She just beats you there.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Realizing, like, doing some quick math, and she will first start with going to speak with Renaer, and the 2 there, and going. She'll actually go to excuse me. She has like a book, like pages of notes, just like like flipping through them.
Maloon Wardragon will turn. Sup, dude?
You must be Maloon, correct?
Right, just. How'd you know that, dude? Yeah.
A friend told me I should introduce myself to certain folks.
Right, yes.
Who might your friend be? I'm Gendy. It is nice to meet you all.
Gandhi, nice. Oh yeah, this is a good pal of mine, Renaer. And you see Renaer kind of turn and say, "Hello, I'm Renaer."
Tarun told me a great deal about you. She'll like frantically put the papers together and give a curtsy. It is nice to meet you. I was not expecting to meet you on this day. Is this just you 2 hanging out, or because I'm currently doing my best to assist my good friend in their endeavors with their business. Attempts to start one, at least.
Renaer would say, "You're friends with Tarun, then?"
Yes, we go back quite far.
Well, if you see him, tell him I have business with him.
I understood. I will send them right your way. She like begins taking notes. I believe today I saw them. Well, I had to help them. They were not very skilled. Their friends, at least, at putting in floorboards. It is nice to meet you. I should probably. She'll like go nervously take a seat by them. I should be heading. I should. Like she seems like a nervous wreck right now. It's one of the vibes she's giving off. She will say, "Oh, you are you officially? Because you were going to work alongside them, and I believe it was Oliver. Are you officially business associates with them yet, or have you not done paperwork for that?" I'm talented at drafting up.
Renaer will kind of crinkle his nose at you and say, maybe I should talk with Tarun about this.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Tarun with a lot of paperwork, but I understand doing it per person. I'll just make sure he has all the papers he needs. But if that is, but I believe that is all. It was a very much a pleasure to meet you too.
Righteous, dude. Yeah.
Um, oh, and I guess I should offer because I am also looking for work these days myself. If you ever need helping hand with anything, Gendy Librans at your service. And
I will,
she'll
I will
curtsy
keep the name
before.
in mind.
She'll curtsy and begin to head off.
Yep. All right. Where to next?
To speak with the main person, Dabble. She'll
You begin to head upstairs and head towards his table, and as you do, you see a. Let's see. Who do you see?
Devilish looking man.
Correct. Actually, see. Let's see if I can find one of these guys. It's probably the girl. Let me find. Yeah, no, let's make it this guy. So, you see, as you begin to approach the table, you see half orc scoot his chair out and stand up, and this half orc is like fucking solid 6'6", maybe 6'7", and he's muscular as hell. And you can see that he has a bow strung across, like leather armor decked out, and he has a bow strapped across his back that's like the size of his whole body. And you see that he's got arrows in a quiver that they're size of like javelins. And he's got this like big scarf on, and behind him is another half orc, female, one that you would recognize as Yagra Stonefist, and they both stand up and stop you. So this is the guy that you see, and this is the girl that you see.
Hello. Like looks
Yagra
up
will
at
say,
them.
"Do you have business with us?"
Yes. She'll like pause and look at them and like split through notes and read and, like just reading through a note. Oh, you must be Tarun's friend, Yagra. I am Gendy. It is a pleasure to meet you. Tarun sent me today due to recent complications that they do not wish to get entwined. I believe was their wording.
She begins to speak, and this big motherfucker puts his hand on her chest, and he says, "Unless you have business with Devil."
I do.
He turns towards Davil. "Do you have business with this woman?" And Davil looks over, shakes his head no. He says, "You have no business here. Go back downstairs, have a drink."
She just like takes a deep breath and says, "Very well. I suppose I do not. Then I'll have to just simply hope that Tarun gets here in time. Uh, well, I appreciate the politeness about it."
He
And
says,
she
turns around.
will go to head out
Yep, cool.
at a back alley to change back into.
Tarun. All right, so you guys take a carriage, right?
Mm-hmm. I'll pay it.
All right, so a copper piece, please.
Yep.
This guy's gonna ask for a tip too.
I'm kind of in like I'm like 50-50 on like picking up hints. So he's just kind of looking at me and I'm just like,
Oh yeah.
Like, hello, sir.
Good.
Those are eyes, in fact.
good day.
I'm trying to get me tip, friend.
Oh. Oh, so you want more money.
He kind of looks around like this guy must be fucking kidding me, and and he looks back at you and just gives you a nod patiently.
I'll give him another copper piece.
He'll take it and say, "Have a nice night, friend," and heads off. All right, so it's when you enter through the yawning portal, you see, as I described before, this decadent place. It's packed full of people. There's a big ass hole in the floor, and you see sitting at the bar is Renair and Maloon sitting together, and You also see, um, must have just stepped in, is Tarun. Tarun, what are you wearing? You look the same.
Uh, they got their normal clothes because this guy's getting 2 sets of clothes on them. They're like normal stuff. Makeup is looking pretty good today. Other
Yep.
than that, it's good.
So you guys walk right in behind Tarun, it seems.
Hey,
True.
Ah,
fancy meeting you here, mate.
Where
ah.
have you been all day?
Looking for odd jobs. Not the most luck, but I've got a few leads.
Oh, well, apparently we got a letter in the mail leading us here.
Tarun's eyes, like gaze, suddenly, like his entire the facade cracks for just a bit as like worry shows through, and he shakes his head. Sent via snake.
With wings.
You should not respond to such sorts of messages. You surely, Oliver, you know what that is a symbol of.
Yes, I know that seems to allude to the same symbol we've seen before, but we thought it might at least be worth checking out.
Uh, I was merely here because I wanted to see if any of our associates were here.
It looks like at least one is, and I'll gesture to Renair.
Oh, perfect.
Okay. You guys want to approach Renair and Maloon?
Yep.
All right. So as you approach Renair and Maloon, you can see that Maloon in his same kind of armor. He's got Azure Edge, this fucking dope ass axe on his back, and you can see Renair. And something that those of you with keen eyes notice is that Renair actually has a rapier on his hip, a very elegant rapier, which is not a you've never seen him armed before. And as you approach, Maloon is kind of facing the direction that you guys are walking towards them, and he says, "Oh, right, just dude, it's Oliver and his friends, man. Hey, Renair, these guys are totally gnarly, dude." And Renair will turn and say, "Ah, I know this, Maloon. These are friends of mine as well."
Balloon, Renair, great to see you both. How are we doing this evening?
Oh, totally gnarly, dude.
When I hear him say Renair, I'm just gonna like a bell's gonna go off in my head, and I'm gonna reach in and I'm just gonna like pass him the receipt for the wood.
He takes it, and he kind of pulls it back and he looks at it and he says, receipt, I guess. Yes, I'm sure I can cover this. And he'll reach into his coin purse and pull it out and take out 1 platinum and 5 gold, and slide it across the table or the bar to whoever gave him the receipt. So I guess.
I'll just slide it over to the side to Oliver. It says
Yep.
money.
Okay. And Renair will say, yeah, speaking of this, I have something for you. And he will reach into his coat pocket, and he'll pull out like a scroll, basically. And he'll hand it over to Tarun.
Yeah, I have my scroll case ready.
Yep.
But first
He
I'll
says,
read.
you open it. It is a permit to do construction on your house.
This is wonderful. Thank you very much.
He says, if you so wish it, I can handle all of the paperwork and working with the guilds. I'm quite affiliated with
I'll have to.
the nobility of the city.
That sounds splendid. That will also free up one of my friend, which is good.
Yes, a friend of yours came by earlier.
Gendy, I presume.
Yes, I'd never heard their name, so I didn't much trust it.
They're from Luskin.
Very interesting, Nair will say, and kind of scratch his chin. And he'll say, well, I see that the group of you are associated with Maloon.
Mostly Oliver, I would admit.
So, yes, an old friend, so to speak.
Very interesting.
How do
Maloon,
you two know each other?
Maloon will say, "Oh, dude, man, it's like one of the best stories, bro." And Renair will
This guy.
nod and kind of put his hand on Maloon's shoulder and say, "Yes, Maloon and I go way back, you could say." Oh, yeah, totally, dude. Yeah, man. I actually
Certainly.
met Renair when I was like trying to save the Blackstaff, dude.
Oh, really? That does sound like quite the tale. Please go on.
Yeah, Renair will say, "Yes, I, my father, owned the house that she had been, well, kidnapped in. It was one of his old safe houses. They, Maloon found me and thought I'd be, helpful. So I came with them.
Ah,
Well,
quite the adventure. Sounds to
Yeah,
be.
we did end up rescuing Vajra. She's a good friend of mine as well.
The city is more interconnected than one would expect, given its size.
Isn't it crazy, dude? Like, whoa, trippy, man.
And they will.
Yep.
While
Renair will
nodding.
say, it is quite a pleasure to see the group of you, new friends and old, as he like gestures to hands, sexes, henses, hexes, and woo! It was a hard time spitting that one out. All right, so he will say, tonight is my last hurrah for a 10-day or so.
why is that? Why is that?
Well, Maloon and I were just talking about this. Um, I don't know. Something just isn't sitting right with me. And I feel like somebody's watching me, tailing me. Maybe.
Maybe you should get out of the city for a while.
I have an old safe house of my father's that I plan on staying in for a 10-day or so.
Yeah, take good care of yourself, though. Don't
He
hate to
smiles.
have to save you again.
He says he pats his rapier, and he says, "I'm not that worried." And I have some other friends that are gonna keep an eye on me. He says smugly and like grins.
Good.
Any leads as to who might be following you?
He kind of shakes his head no, and he says it's mostly just a feeling, but I don't know. That's why when your friend Tarun earlier came up, I didn't trust it.
I
Something
completely understand.
something just isn't sitting right with me. You ever feel like you have eyes on you?
I'll be honest. Growing up, probably the only half drow in the area. Yes, all the time.
He like nods in understanding, and he'll say, "But don't you mind much. I will. I'll be fine." And like I said, I'll be handling some of the most of the paperwork for you as far as your tavern goes, as long as you can provide some funds. I'm not so much made of money as I once was.
I'm certain. With the work we're getting up to, we'll be able to start providing that.
He nods and he says, "Well, I was planning on finishing this pint and heading out."
Uh, perhaps we may enjoy it with you.
Um, Maloon will say, Maloon will say, "Oh, radical! I got so many stories, dude." As he's talking to Census. Um, and for a while, you kind of forget all the dreary things going on in the city, all the other things. Maloon and Jax introduce each other, or like get to meet each other, and they're like
It's
hitting
the
it off.
bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're hitting it off like big time. He's
Yeah.
like, yeah, actually, Maloon will be like, dude, you still use a long sword, man? You should totally get an axe, bro. And Jax is like, an axe, you say? That doesn't sound too bad. And they like begin bonding over weaponry and armor and stuff. Yeah. Uh, he's like, oh, I was a hell rider, man. And he's like, oh, that's totally radical, dude. I've seen Elturel. It's sick as hell, man. And they like begin chit chatting and talking, hitting it off. And the rest of you enjoy a pint with Renair. And after the drink, he will say, well, it's been quite a pleasure, and I imagine I will be seeing you again soon. Um, well, until then,
And if you ever need help, you know where we are.
he nods, and he will bow deeply to the group of you. And he will tuck his rapier and head off. Maloon is happy to just talk it with Jax if you guys want to do anything or whatever. You see Davil sitting up at the second floor.
So guys, I'll be frank. Do we actually want to pursue this outlet?
I mean, I wanna cast message just so we're not overheard, and I wanna
Well, I'm
I'm
sure
gonna
the
do it.
bar's loud enough.
Oh, yeah, it is.
just in case.
It is.
Okay,
It is.
fair. Err
To,
on the
to
side of
each of
caution.
you, I
Yeah.
want to be like, we could just do the meeting and tell the black staff about it if it's anything bad.
That's a good idea. I mean, worst case scenario, we just gather more information passively, almost.
That's a great.
That's
idea,
very
actually.
smart.
You
It's
know,
very smart.
only mission was to be kind of the eyes and ears of the black staff, so I think this would fall under that umbrella.
Does anyone have their symbol exposed at all?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to Tarun, who probably has like on the inside, so it's not visible, is going to quickly just like casually go to like take it as if removing like food or stain or clean, like you're like, oh, you missed this. Take it off of each person minus the wizard who, and just say,
It's on my
"Keep your
book.
away,"
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
and like hand it back to each person, kind of casually, not
Yeah.
drawing attention to it.
Yep. Jax will. I mean, let's say Maloon's not part of this, right? Like we could just fucking forget about him. Like he's gonna saunter off and like Floon just find something to do. But Jax will lean into Oliver and say, "What is everybody kind of talking about? What's going on?"
A possible.
Yeah, we have this letter to meet Devil's Star Song about something, but apparently he's a bit of a seedy character. Tarun here suggesting that if we do want to take a meeting with him, just to figure out the lay of the land and see what's going on, maybe it's best to hide where we show our allegiance to, gesture to the pin.
He kind of squints his eyes and cocks his head as he's like, "You're okay with just working with some seedy person?"
Oh,
Getting
of course not. This is more of a covert mission, seeing what they have to say and then reporting it back to the black staff. Did he get a pin when he was back with?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got one.
Okay. Yeah. So, be it
Tarun would do the same.
just playing a double agent, so to speak, getting information. You heard the black staff. They want the eyes and ears of the city.
He says, I do understand a covert mission, but I don't know. I'm not the most, well, I'm not a good liar, to be frank. And maybe I should sit this one out.
Well, how about this? You stay at the bar here, and if you hear a message from our friend here, Texas, potentially we can give you some sort of warning if things go awry, so to speak.
I'll be ready, he says. And he'll say, "Hey, Maloon, tell me more about that axe you got."
Cha, bro.
Oh, dude, it's totally radical, man. So, yes. You guys are able to go upstairs if you want, the group of you. Is that what we were doing?
I'm
Yeah.
down.
All right, so
Hexus, is it easy enough to cast a message to Jax here if we're in trouble?
Not undetected, but it's easy.
Well, I think if it gets to the point that we need Jax to jump in, we might have been detected already.
All right.
Just
That
let me
boy's
do most of
verbal,
the talking,
somatic,
and I should
and
be able to.
material. There's no hiding
Nope.
it.
but you guys begin walking up the second story stairs to make your way towards this table that kind of overlooks the whole tap room and the portal itself. And as you guys approach, the chair is once again scooted back as this gigantic half orc with this huge bow and this scarf kind of approaches you. And following behind him is Yagra. And he says, and the big one, he says, do you have business with the devil? And Yagra will say, I can speak for them. Yeah, they got business with devil.
Nod to Yagra.
Yep, and Yagra will kind of nod to you, but like very professional. Like she's like, she's doing business now. It's not like, hey, how's it going? Nice to see you. She's like, yeah, come
Someone
this way.
recognizes that and is like also in professional
Right.
mode.
Yeah, and you can see this big ass half orc kind of eye the whole group of you, and he'll sit at a table nearby. But Davil will take his glass and motion for the other men that are nearby to leave, and now the table is empty. And you see Davil, and I will show you some art of him finally. I don't know, you probably haven't seen any art of him yet. I've been keeping it a secret. Aha. So, you see a blonde-haired half-elf man. He has striking features. He's wearing very nice clothes. And you can see leaned up on a stool near him, or like leaned up on the chair that he's like leaned back in, is a lute. And he has his boots kicked up on the table, and he has a glass of wine in his hands, as you see Davil Starsong. Very handsome fellow.
Neat.
I will just simply. Greetings. We came about your, well, two separate letters in this case. But we are a group that works together.
He smiles, and he says, it is a pleasure to meet the group of you. Please have a seat.
I have an out of game question.
Yes.
Is that a gun on his back?
It's a lute.
Oh, okay. That makes so much more sense. I was so lost. I was like, what is that? Like a stock peeking over his shoulder? Okay, no. I got it.
My brain just went gun loot.
Nice. Totally. That's what he has. But no. But he motions for you to take a seat, and he will tap on the table and look over at Yagra, and she'll nod, and she'll leave to go downstairs, and he'll say, I have ordered a round of drinks for the group of us. Did the group of you sit?
Absolutely, yeah.
Sure.
It is a pleasure to meet the group of you. I am Davil Starsong.
Wonderful to meet you. My name is Hexus Gemini, and this is my, or I'm Census Gemini. This is my brother Hexus, our friend Oliver and Troon. That was totally in character. I fucked that up. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Okay.
Twins.
Never
Twins. Happens all
sexist,
the time.
Never sexist. He
Not yet.
smiles, and you can see he has like beautiful teeth, and he seems to very much take care of himself. And he keeps swirling this glass of wine, takes a sip, and he says, well, the pleasure is mine to meet you. I've been looking into your escapades, the lot of you. I have to say, I'm impressed.
Escapades?
Please.
What do you mean by that?
I heard a rumor or two that you busted a Zentarum hideout. And the other two, I've heard that you are, well, you're good at acquisitions.
We do. We come into contact with many goods and many things.
Well, I may have some work for the group of you. Take a sip.
Oh, I'm looking at Tarun for the lead on this one.
That sounds delightful, my friend. What sort of work did you have in mind for us?
Well, first let's share a drink. And Yagra does come with the mugs of ale on the table. 4 mugs of ale for one for everybody. And Davil will raise his glass and say, to Joaquin, good business.
The business. And you'll have a slight look at Yagra and trusting that like with how far they go back, he'll take a step.
Yeah, she's not poisoning you or anything.
Yeah.
You trust Yagra.
Texas is kind of
You
awkward
don't
about
bring
it.
half orcs to poison people.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Texas doesn't really drink, so just kind of like a little sip and just
Yeah.
If Tarun
back
took
down.
actually drank, then I totally will, because like I had the same thoughts. But if the most skeptical one among us is drinking happily, then I'm
Yeah.
totally down to fucking half this,
Yeah.
I'll pass you mine.
as always.
You will say, now, in the name of good business, let me properly introduce myself. You see, I'm a leader of sorts of the Zentarum. He'll take a sip of his glass. Now, I know what you're thinking. My company is shady, and I know that we have a bad reputation. But there's something more going on to this rise of violence. He'll take a drink. You see, I'm a retired adventurer myself. Myself and my adventuring company, we joined the Zentarum a few years back. And he'll set his glass down and actually unkick his feet, right? And sit up, adjust himself, fix his shirt. He'll fold his hands and lean over the table, and he'll say, we help people in need.
I'm biting my tongue to try not to be like, you fucking think you help people, bro? I help people all the time. But I'm not gonna say anything.
Right. He
So what's
says,
this proposition you have for us?
well, if you wish to be a part of the family or part of something bigger than yourself, my group have been doing our best to provide loans, mercenaries, and, well, give to those in need. Sure, maybe we do some illegal things sometimes, but Waterdeep, and he motions to Tarun specifically for some reason. Waterdeep is strict and ruthless with their laws. Some of them are just asking to be bent and broken. But, be that as it may, I'm looking for people to help join my organization. And some concern kind of comes over his face. You see, I'm not responsible for these attacks in the streets. It seems a rival gang from the Black Network have infiltrated the city, doing their own business. And I don't much appreciate encroaching on my territory.
I
So
gauge
Yeah.
how much of this is really
Make an insight check.
okay. I'd like to use my inspiration because that literally cannot make it worse.
Okay.
Black 20.
The slight distraction
Oh,
to con
1
man's
20.
senses tingling.
Yep. All right. So you would get, and just you would get this, that behind this kind of, oh, I'm so debonair, like I'm so fucking cool, like guys, he is seriously concerned. And he seems to be very honest with what he's saying to you, though it is cloaked in this kind of hoity-toity kind of bullshit. He is being very sincere. Whether or not it's true, it's up to you, but what he is saying, he believes. And he will say, after this gang infiltrated the city, they took it upon themselves to try to, well, take over the Xanathar's guild. Didn't much work out for them. And now, there's a war in the streets. All I want is to end the violence and restore the peace. I like working in the shadows. I've been in the city for a few years now, turning a profit, and never had a problem with the Xanathar's guild. So I'm looking for new members to join my organization. We pay well. Nothing in life is free.
Well, fuck it, I'm down.
Very well. I can tell you actually mean what you say, even if, well, it gives them like a knowing nod of like the masks that
Right.
have to be put up.
Right. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Like, as a fellow shady person to shady person, I know the
Yeah.
me you'll ever get, and
Yep.
I will look at the others and say they speak the truth, and that it is not their doing the violence, as it has escalated. This will help put a stop to it.
I would never have my men attack a guild, anyone really, in broad daylight, in the main thoroughfare. It's insanity. It's barbaric.
It risks innocent lives, which is I believe we are in. Look to the others.
I look to Census, and as he nods, I nod.
Tarun nods, I nod.
Very good, then. I have some immediate work for you if you wish to take it.
That sounds wonderful.
He smiles, kind of smugly, honestly, and he says, speaking of bringing back the peace, there's something I want the group of you to look into. Pays well. But, even if it didn't pay, I think it's something that you'd want to look into. You see, someone is killing half-elf sailors in the dock ward.
Very specific.
Cold-blooded. 3 dead so far. Each one decapitated by a blade. In the dead of night.
When was the last murder?
3 nights ago.
When was the first murder? Sorry.
A couple of 10 days, maybe?
Okay, so
Maybe like 2 10 days. So over the course of
So-
20 days, he's killed 3 people. Someone has killed 3 people by
That's a
beheading
lot.
them. Yeah, and they're half-elves.
Is it
Does it
like
look
a
like it's a-
weekly on the dot thing, or is it just like once every week somebody gets found?
He says it's hard to say. These bodies have been found in back alleys in the dock ward. But I want you to look into it.
okay.
Mm,
Um,
I think that the City Watch could use a little help.
I agree.
The situation.
Not just because I'm half elf.
As a half-elf myself, this does hit home.
Yeah. 4 of us here are half elves.
Yeah, 2.5 men worth of people.
Then we got the human.
Yep.
Our doctor, that it concerns him.
He
Yeah.
says, I took a liberty to do a little bit of digging myself. I found that all of the murders were localized around one tavern called the Mule Skull Tavern in the Dock Ward.
Not the one I know.
Perhaps stake the place out. See if you can't put a stop to this serial killer.
Okay. Was there any other demographic that the sailors had, other than they were just half elf male sailors, female sailors,
Nope. There's nothing. Yeah, male sailors, yeah.
males? Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it's primarily male sailors.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that every good disguise kit comes with mustaches.
Absolutely.
He says, you do this for me. Upon completion, perhaps a little bit of proof. 50 gold piece a member.
That sounds excellent.
Do a public good and get paid. I'm completely down for this.
That's how I operate, my friend.
All right, I'm just gonna extend a hand and say you have yourself a deal.
Yep.
We'll look into this.
Firmly shakes your hand. He has a very good handshake.
Delightful.
Yep.
So unless there's any more information, I think we'll actually take our leave. Unless you
says-
guys have anything else to say.
Good to
No.
go after that.
He says, he stands, as you all stand, and he will say, welcome to the Black Network.
A warm welcome indeed. He says with a smirk.
Oh, man. All right, out of game. It's my favorite thing in the world to do. Get ready, buckle up, because this is how it's going to be the whole game. Like, putting you, like, in these terrible dilemmas.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. It's going to be like that. That's how it's going to be.
I mean, I'm not lawful good or
This
anything.
is the stuff that I
Me neither.
Well, you know, if you seen how Vajra acted when Tarun accidentally slipped up and said he knows a person in the Zentarum. You know? So
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a dilemma. Like, this guy seems all right, but obviously he works for a criminal organization. So you leave as he says, "Welcome to the Black Network," and you make your way back downstairs, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You are alone at a table with Jax now. How'd it go?
Well, we have valuable information. It's not the main Zentarum that started the war. It's believed by one of their leaders that a rival group has headed in.
He looks over at Oliver. A rival Zentarum group arrived to the
Black Network, to be
Something.
precise.
It seems that the Zentarum are content with, avoiding combat in the streets and just doing the business as is. They actually wanted us to look into a serial killer, to stop a serial killer. It appears on the surface that they're not as bad as maybe we thought, but
He says, "Don't you see, Oliver? I was attacked by Zentarum,
I know.
and they were on the way to Waterdeep.
You're right.
This rival group. That's them."
Has to be them. We have
I didn't even make that connection.
He's like scratching his head. We have to find them.
Tarun gets like a sort of like a con man's got their big break, sort of big
Okay.
old smile.
Yep.
Just and it's a bit of a smirk. There's There's one thing that is worse than having to hide and run from the law is when you have to hide and run from both criminal and law. We don't have a full description, but we have something that stands.
So what is it that you're suggesting?
We know of this group. We know at least who came with them. Suddenly, they're not just running from their own. Suddenly, they're not just running, they're just hiding from the watch and the guard, but also in the networks.
It's true. That's very astute of you to say.
Suddenly, all of their resources are risky.
Except for us. So they need us.
So is there a power struggle within the Zentarum then? Two kind of warring factions. Obviously, Dabo's leading one, and maybe the Gauntlet Wizard is leading the
And
other.
you don't know who's on what side at any given point.
That's true too. This is a lot to think about, but in all honesty, if we're stopping a serial killer, I guess I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't possibly make it worse by stopping somebody who's murdering people in the docks.
Seems pretty heroic to me. He'll say as he
Yeah,
gives a smile.
he really had the perfect bait for me, honestly.
That's my home.
Do some good.
We can do research on the morrow. I don't suggest rushing into this one.
No, yeah, it's late. It's already late tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's well past evening.
Jax will say, should we bring this up to the City Watch then? The serial killer.
No.
They already know.
Yeah.
It's just we're being hired to handle it as swiftly as possible.
If they don't know, it would actually be more helpful to us so that we could search on our own without having to circumvent them and their searches,
You
their
don't think
investigation. I'm sorry, what?
you don't think that's wrong?
I think the City
Um,
Watch has a lot to deal with, and we're just taking something off of their plate.
Yeah, honestly,
And to be fair, 3 decapitated half-elves, they know.
they have to know.
I guess I'll leave it to the group of you then. I'll come and I'll help, but
Certainly. I have the feeling I'm going to need a disguise because I wouldn't want to put either of, and he'll gesture to the Gemini twins, either of you two in danger for this.
I was actually thinking maybe we could use one of us as bait.
I know. I was referring to myself as that person.
You sure it wants to be you?
I grew up in the Dock Ward, and I'm good at playing a part. I doubt either one of you has gone sailing before, properly.
Oh, true.
I mean that is a pretty valid point.
Yeah.
He
Well,
is a
I mean,
he is a pretty
we're a coast city, so I'm sure we've been like
Oh yeah.
sailing recreationally, but never professionally.
Right. I just meant Tarun is definitely the most capable to play a part.
True.
I can
I'm
dress you up,
just
however,
worried. Yeah.
but I'm afraid you'll have your own old money walk, most likely.
True. Some habits are hard to break.
And I can help with the disguising if you'd like. I want to cast disguise self and look like. Let's look like Volo, and I want to like do a bad Volo accent and just like I actually know a few things about disguising.
A bibbidi a bobbidi a boopity.
Tarun's just going to smirk and say, well, if I wasn't tapped out of spells helping out and proving my worth for a few side jobs, I could join you in your impersonations. Disguise self, I presume?
Yes, it's me, Volo. I've got so much debt.
Fuck yeah. It's fucking good.
That was great. I love that.
My friends, I have another question. What do we tell the Blackstaff as well? Are we going to let her know about our little endeavor with the Zentarum here? What would follow?
Honestly, yeah. In the morning, we should probably keep her updated. Maybe just send a letter. I don't want to eat up too much of her time. She's obviously a busy woman.
I'll give her our information that we managed to find. I still have paper to spare. Oh, and they will pull out one piece of paper that looks a bit more disheveled than the rest, like from their bag, and say, my friend wanted to handed this to me before going to get things done. And they will set down what looks like a sketch. This is the design they went for. And I'm gonna, as I posted earlier, I'll
Yeah.
just post it again for ease.
Oh yeah, that was sick.
I gotta go to the bathroom really fast. Sorry.
Cecilis' spirit sign. What do you think?
That's
Nice.
impeccable. Your friends gave us a receipt, actually. We need to go pick it up in a few days.
Ah, perfect.
And also, Jay, I had a question for you. So did Renair take the bill from the bent nail and said that he'd cover that like 15 gold?
He gave you the money.
Yeah, he gave you the money.
Okay, so I'm just gonna add that back to my
Yeah, yeah. You have
inventory.
1 platinum and 5 gold.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how rich people roll. They throw out them platinum pieces.
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah. It's not even a weird flex. It's like why hand somebody 2 10s when you can give them a 20. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But yeah, the sign is shown to the group,
Yeah, that's sick.
and we what's the plan, guys? What do you guys want to do?
Wait for the night, and
That's
we're
been
in
a
the
hell of
morning.
a day, really. I think we should maybe call it a night.
Okay. So everybody's cool with just hand waving, and you're all at your own houses, or what's up? Is that where we're going? Like
Probably own houses.
Hex is going to your own house. You have the key to your estate, so
Yeah, probably.
okay.
I doubt
we-
I doubt you two want to sleep compared to ghost plows falling apart, even if you just worked on it.
Very
versus
interesting though.
Actual house with beds.
Yeah. So for the first night since you've been back, Hexus, you sleep in your own bed. And
When we're hailing a cab,
yeah.
when it shows up, I want to kind of turn out my pockets and be like, "Hey, I'm a little low on the funds."
Oh, you're going home like that.
Woo! That was fire as fuck. I wish you didn't already have inspiration because you got that shit 3 times over already. Woo! That was good.
You bardic inspiration. I don't care.
Dude, I'm telling you, you know that I did a good job making that character if you guys can impersonate a character that I made up. Well, I made up his personality, but Awesome. That was fucking hilarious. All right, so do you really not have money to pay though?
I do, but I wanna stay with the joke.
All right. Yeah. All right. You're all in this position with a slightly taller and his mustache is a little different color. Volothan.
I can foot the boat for this one. That's fine. True
Yeah.
Volo fashion.
It's like in Super Smash Brothers when you like both pick the same characters. One's just a little bit different color. It's like the inverse colors. That's what you got. You got like inverse colored Mario, but it's not Mario. It's fucking Volo.
Texas. Sometime in the future, you and I will both disguise as them. I'll help you get it a bit closer to accuracy, and just approach Volo from either side, like see what their fucking reaction is. I'll even help you with the impersonation.
I'm the real Volo.
And we
I'm just
can.
gonna place my hand on the non-existent hat
Yep.
and say, "You got heights off."
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. Volo's incredibly short. But
Just kinda like, ding.
Yep. But we keep this joke going as we cobble our way down the cobblestone and make our way to each separate abodes. And we kind of fade out if there's nothing else super important. Like basically go to bed. Basically
Yep.
like find your room. You guys have bedrolls now. Jax will use one of the other person's bedrolls and sleep in his room. But here's what I actually want to do. I want to know, what is your morning routine? And I think I'm going to start with Oliver. And I'm going to go over this again once, like, later in the game. But this is basically like, when you wake up in the morning, what does your morning look like? Oliver, you're first.
Yes, well, I have my block of incense and some candles, and I think I'd light at least a few of them and pray a little bit to the Almeida and the hospice, and just really focus on everything I need to do. And then after that, not really too much. I have basically everything on me. Put the shield on, put the mace on, and then go about, clean up what I can, I suppose. But really, the morning prayer is probably the most important thing, I would think.
Okay. Are you like an early riser or just average, kind of normal?
Not particularly early, not particularly late, kind of right in the middle, I suppose.
Okay. We'll move on to Rune. What does your like morning kind of routine look like? You don't have to go into every detail, but like
Basically, make sure shit's organized, make sure shit's together. Don't let disguises get mixed. Like, just make sure their shit is good. Make sure they haven't been stolen from, because where they grew up. That's
Yep.
kind of the norm.
Yep.
Check everything, and then just head down to get some work done while
Okay.
waiting for everyone else to wake
Yep.
up. Most
And
likely,
this is yeah. You wake up early, right?
yeah. Like
Okay.
back of dawn, is usually late for them.
So we move on to let's say Hexus. Hexus, what does your morning routine look like?
Well, every morning, I kind of sit up out of bed in like the kind of like vampire rising from the grave, like kind of
Yep.
creepy how regular it is. And I find a nice table or chair, and I crack open my spell book, and I prepare my spells for the day. Just kind of really thinking a long time on each one. It's like, did I use that yesterday? Would I use that tomorrow?
Right.
Like, how useful is this for me? Just like really
Strategic.
deliberating over it for a
Yeah.
long time.
Okay. Because you wake up
Um,
you wake up early too, right?
Yeah, I'm an early riser.
Okay.
And then I'm usually second into the kitchen right after Molly, just kind of sitting there a little awkwardly, not really making conversation while she's cooking, just kind of sitting there.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Okay. Census, what does your morning routine look like?
So I've got really two. Like if we're out doing something, then I'll wake up as early as possible and get things ready. But if I'm at home, I'm
Yeah.
literally not getting out of bed until either the fan hits me, Molly comes gets me, or Hexy comes gets me. I'm just distinctly in the bed.
Okay.
But when I do wake up, I just kind of gently take care of my appearance, make sure I'm presentable for everything, and start my day relatively quickly. Spend about 5-10 minutes on myself. Don't really dawdle around too much.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So everyone does their morning routines this morning, and we'll cover them again because soon there might be like a little bit of downtime, maybe. Like we'll see, but there might be some time where you guys are just like doing your morning routine every day. But it's good to know now. But what's the plan, guys? Like, there's really nothing big on the horizon, really, except for the staking that one place out. But that's probably a nighttime thing.
We talked to the Black Staff, get her all up to date, but I don't know if we'd want to do that just right after we talk to the other guy.
It probably doesn't hurt. I think at the end of the day, our allegiance lies with the Blackstaff, right?
Mhm.
No.
See, the problem is they're probably going. This is probably also a bit of a test. We don't want to be seen going there. The day after, we're going to be watched.
Do we have to go in person? I mean, surely there's ways to communicate with Valjean without us physically going.
I could have Bruno send a letter along.
I'll write up a letter to be sent with all the information. Then.
Okay. Can
Mm.
you not now, but in free time, like after the game, write this letter for me?
Oh, sure. Hold on.
Yeah, you don't have to do it right now. Just like send it to me on Discord.
I'm making a note to do that.
Yep, no problem. Okay, yeah, you get that together, and you can give it to Bruno if you so wish.
Mhm.
Right, I'll pass this right along. Yeah, no problem.
All right, and now we have a day of downtime to maybe work on the house.
And then
Maybe get you a little better accommodations to sleep in than just bedrolls on the floor.
Jax will speak up since he's with you guys now, and he'll kind of stretch a little bit. And he says, "I think I'm gonna buy an axe."
Need someone to help make sure you get a good deal.
It's like that cat meme in the newspaper. I should buy an axe.
Yeah,
Um, So I actually have plans for today. Because I know our job really doesn't start till night, and I worked so fucking hard yesterday. I'm probably gonna take a mostly leisurely day, and I'm
Yeah.
going to make a nice like charcoal painting of the view of Mount Waterdeep from the top of the mountain,
Oh yeah, of the
with
city.
the dead harpy corpse in the bottom.
Nice, nice.
Right in the bottom of the frame, but like still within everything, and paint like
The
the city or what I
Icarus
can remember of
painting.
the city and the
Yeah,
coastline.
yeah, that'll take you some time as you work
Yeah,
in your workshop slash art studio.
yeah, like mural style, like for the
Yeah,
tavern.
fuck yeah, totally.
Maybe
Um,
like have like our adventures on a wall or something.
yeah, do you have good dexterity?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
Can you make me a dexterity check with a proficiency?
sure.
So, like, if you have like proficiency in acrobatics, you can roll that if you want, or whatever. Just dexterity check with proficiency. 15. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. Your painting's
Lit.
pretty good.
Sweet.
Ju- just to be clear, I am no longer exhausted now.
No, no one,
Finally.
Oh yeah, no disadvantage, boys.
Hey.
no one is exhausted anymore. You feel quite refreshed after that beef stew last night. So while Census is working on his painting, we do actually kind of have downtime. So what would the group of you individually or together like to do? We know Census is working on a beautiful illustration.
Like they said they were doing yesterday, but actually today, looking for work. Like
Yeah.
more work, odd jobs here to there. Maybe someone needs workers, and they can see if they can find people wanting to work, like that sort of thing.
All right, why don't you make well, we'll get back to that.
Mhm.
Because I might have something for you. What about let's say Oliver? Oliver, what are you getting up to in your downtime?
When did Jendi say that the sign was going to be ready to be picked up? 2 days
days.
time.
Yeah, so
Okay.
after today, the next day.
I will probably start cleaning up the second level then as much as I can.
Yep.
How's the tavern level looking? Is this
Good. It looks like
Okay.
there's not a bunch of holes in the floor.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll spend the morning and afternoon, I guess, starting to clean up the second level then.
Jax will help you in the later in the day, but in the morning he will go and play with his horse, Maribel.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna go hang out with his horse a little bit, and then he'll come back and help you move stuff around and stuff. He's strong, so he can like that old bed frame. He can like help you toss it out a window or something. Like shit that doesn't need to be in the house. He will totally help you. And then what about Hexus? What are you getting up to?
I'm gonna run back to apparently our favorite store, the Bent Nail.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look into how much like mattresses or bed frames would run
He
me.
can do a bed frame, but he doesn't do mattresses.
Okay. Does he
And
know where I would get a mattress?
um, in the trades ward.
Okay. So not
Maybe
nowhere
if
around
you're
here.
lucky. Yeah, maybe if you're lucky in the market, but I wouldn't. He says he wouldn't just head straight to the market to find a mattress. He'd probably go somewhere in the trades ward. It's more specific.
Yep. So how much would say 3 bed frames be?
It depends on how nice you want them. He'll say. I have 20 gold bed frames. I have 25 gold bed frames. No, 30 gold bed frames, and I have 10 gold bed frames.
Well, let me go check on the situation of my funds, and I will get back to you on that.
Yep. He nods.
I got my
And I'm gonna go run back to Grandmother Dearest.
Ah, we'll see how that goes. So you come back to your grandmother, who is preparing herself to leave for the day again.
bathroom.
um, you're looking lovely today, Grandmother.
Are you getting that tone with me again, Hexus?
Well, you see, the those nice people we had over the other day,
She takes her hand out and reaches for the fan and sets it on the table in front of her and just holds her hands on.
they're having a bit of money troubles, and we went over the other day and noticed that they're sleeping on the floor, and I thought that we might be nice and neighborly to maybe get them something, a nice housewarming bed.
She says, "The Sir Knight and the doctor, they're having trouble with their sleeping arrangements."
Yes.
Very interesting.
And I was wondering if maybe we could get something for them.
She kind of thinks for a moment. How about this? If they so wish it, we have 5 spare bedrooms, each of which has a bed. If they so wish it, they can come themselves, take it, and bring it to their house, and they may have it. But they must get it themselves.
Thank you so much. They'll be so grateful.
She lowers her gaze at you, and she says, "I am not a charity."
I know, it's just the one, just a little housewarming gift, and couldn't bear to see them sleep on the floor any longer.
Yes, the good Sir Knight and the doctor should not be sleeping on the floor. You're right.
All right. Well then I'm gonna go over to the tavern, the manor,
Yep.
and those two they're both actually at the tavern, right? They're cleaning
Yeah,
up
they're
second
they're
floor.
upstairs. Yeah, they're on the second floor.
Well, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna be like, well, I've got some good news.
Good news. What do you mean?
Well, I've noticed that you're still sleeping on the floor, and my mother said that you were such nice company, and we've got so much extra just lying around the house that you two could have 2 of our spare beds. Just have to come over and pick them up.
Well, that, Texas, you don't have to do
No,
that.
no.
That's too much.
We
really.
haven't got you anything as a housewarming gift, so this will help you sleep better.
Oliver like looks around at like all of the nothing around them, like he's in no place to refuse this at all. It doesn't even have a fucking bed.
Yeah.
Well, we'd love to. Thank you so much. If there's any way we can repay you,
No, it's nothing.
would. I don't know how to repay the kindness, but thank you. We desperately need some beds here.
And I'll just lead them, and I'll help as best as my 10 strength can to help him get it out.
It's a lot of. No, you got to turn it sideways. Stuff like that. Lift it up more. Lift it up more. As Jax is helping move these things, and he's taking most of the weight, honestly. But
Theodosia screaming, "Don't dent the walls!"
yeah. That was my mother's painting.
Yep.
And you guys end up taking 3, right? Because 1 for Tarun, right? 3 beds out, and after like the first one, the tragic fail that one was, Bruno will actually come and help
Oh,
Jax.
Oh, Bruno, thank
Bless
you
him.
so much.
Yeah. And is that right? It's no problem. Don't get all sissy on me. And he will help carry him to your house or whatever you need. He'll help you move. But that's kind of what happens during the day. That's going to eat up a lot of time.
Yeah.
So Tarun, I wanna ask you something real quick. Let me check up on something. See if I got a little something for you. Well, I want you
Oh,
to
boy.
start off. I want you to start off with making an investigation check.
Okay, investigation, find a good place. That makes sense.
See if you can.
I'm half proficient with that.
if you can
That's
find
we were running a joke. I'm just gonna keep saying that. I find nothing.
wow, you have rolled a lot of 1s and 20s.
Yeah. So
I literally have only rolled thrice today,
yeah,
excluding that one deception. So literally, I got 121.
Yeah.
you
They'll-
come up. You come up empty-handed, my friend. Nothing new today.
Frustrated. Check list of things to do if they can't find work.
Yep. As you start returning to Troll Skull, you notice as you cut through, as you go to like cut through one of the like an alley or something, that it has been cordoned off by the City Watch, and there's been another attack with the Zentarum and the Xanathar's Guild.
Look at like the nearest office. Is everything okay?
All right, step back, the City Watch guy says.
I'm gonna have my gray hands badge on to say, as you wish, but I am supposed to be making sure to get information on these things.
He kind of eyes you up and down.
I will show the badge.
Yep. He'll say, "What's all that then?" That's the grey.
remember-
That's the grey hands.
I will nod.
Piss off.
Could I at least have a description of the individuals that have been wounded? Any casualties?
He will. He'll kind
Will
of
be a-
eye you up and down. Make a persuasion check, but I'll give you disadvantage on it.
Shit.
Yeah. He already told you to fuck off. Nice.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh my!
He says.
What in the actual fuck?
He says.
I don't have my
"Yeah,
lucky dice on me.
Yeah, I think one of the prisoners. He's got grey skin. He wears a bunch of makeup. Carries an accordion around with him.
I'm just going to look at them. Like being profiled, he's just going to take a deep breath, like centering himself, and just says, trying to think of how Tarun would handle this without getting himself in trouble legally, so he can legally
Get
say
yourself-
if
Get in trouble. Do it.
he's just going to look at them and just say, very well. I will make sure to keep this in mind in the future. With like a slight like
Air of-
threatening tone, an air of I know people,
Right. I feel you. You don't have to.
and begin heading off.
Yeah. He, as you turn to walk away, he kind of spits on the ground. And you head back to the Troll Skull Manor, I assume?
What street was it, by the way?
Let me tell you. Let me pull up my map here. Where were you looking for work, right? In the dock ward, you think?
Around the dock ward, because that's usually where there's the most like need of stuff done.
Stuff. Yeah.
But also nearby there, you know.
I totally agree. Yeah, I think I think it's it's on Tarnath Street.
Where would that be? Could you ping it real quick?
You got me?
I did not see the ping. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah. Are we on the map? Yeah, totally. I don't know. Refresh, bro.
I will
It's
try
off the
that.
high road. It's in the North Ward.
Ah, it's in the Norfolk. Got it.
Mhm.
I might not have been zoomed out enough to see everything.
Yeah, it's in the North Ward. Yeah, right there. Okay.
I'm looking at the
So,
North Ward. The map's taking a sec to load after refreshing.
oh, look, we're like pinging on each other. Look at that. That's so cool. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
There it is. I see it.
1, 2, 3. Damn it. All right, did you see it? Yeah, you saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, so yeah, you make your way back to Troll Skull Valley. What does the rest of your day look like? Just kind of
Well, seeing the beds getting moved,
yeah, beds are good.
Tarun will not being Tarun's not muscular. They're not going to even pretend like they have a
Cool.
lot of muscle.
So Bruno,
I only got athletics through jack of all trades.
right? So Bruno and Jax will kind of move the beds around, and it's screen wipe basically. There's 3 beds in the house. Thank God, right? One down, one on the second floor, 2 on the third floor.
On realizing
Man,
that they're getting a
carrying
bed,
that
they
shit
would
up
help
the
with
third
that one.
Carrying that shit up through the 3rd floor sucked. Bruno he'll turn to Hexus and be like, "Yo, me one."
I always will.
He'll grunt and go back to home, basically.
Is that purple X in the dock ward supposed to be there?
It's an old thing from where we were.
Ah,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's Candle Lane, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's the bar that you went to that one time.
Oh yeah,
Skewer Dragon.
the Skewer Dragon.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's on the list of things to do.
But
Explain that they were not given money, but a place.
there is it's afternoon. I mean, it can be whatever time you want it to be. Do you want it to be about game time?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, first Tarun would want to thank the people that gave a bed because this is the first time Tarun's been given something as large as a bed. So they would try to ask if they could meet the grandmother, the matron of the house.
Oh, you've
to
never.
thank them.
No.
I
Yeah.
haven't.
No, you haven't. You haven't.
He hasn't.
Fuck.
we'll have to have you over for dinner.
That would be delightful. Though I do not wish to be a waste of good food. I am.
It's only a waste if you don't come over. Molly always makes too much.
Well, with an offer like that, I cannot refuse. Make
Okay.
sure.
Do you want to do that
all...
now or?
No, that's probably a later thing. Let's.
Okay.
Not today. We can do that on the morrow.
That's fine.
When there's less worry about serial killers in the night.
So it's game time basically. You can discuss your plan now at the Troll Skull, or you can discuss it on the walk, or you can just not discuss the plan and we screen wipe to the tavern.
We can discuss it on the way.
All right.
Yeah. So what is the plan, guys? So you're gonna dress up like a sailor.
I'm gonna combine my use. Actually, when we're on the way there, I'm gonna already have like disguise kitted to look like a sailor.
Okay.
Alright.
Are you still a half drow? I mean, that is a half elf.
Yeah, but probably use it to make up to cover up a bit so they're not as purplish gray, so they look more generic half elf and less half drow specifically. You know.
Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was there a specific half elven lineage that they were murdering?
He didn't say. It's
Oh,
It's
okay.
unclear.
And you said something about covering up me and census, so we're not nobility in the dock ward or something like that.
Yeah, he'll take a moment before, actually, yeah, then probably before heading off, because this would be very important to them. They would put, first of all, badges away, put like dirty you up a little bit, but like makeup to make it look dirty,
Mhm.
cloak, like simple costume cloaks,
All right.
and basically instruct you when you're walking, try to watch your step as if every step could step on something sharp, as if your shoes are not as thick as that you would want them to. And keep a part of that in your mind as you walk, and you should match the local gang, so to speak.
Okay. Understandable.
And they'll look at Oliver and say, try not to look quite as charitable. That's only instruction.
We're going to be in danger here in the dock ward.
I'm dressed up to attract a serial killer.
Yes.
Also, yes, if you're going in the dark ward and you flaunt like you have money, most certainly. That is just how things go. And once we're like everyone's costume, I'm gonna lead the way, I guess.
Okay.
Put on
And
a bit
you
of
want
a
to
more
head
of a voice.
towards the Mule Skull Tavern, is that right?
Correct.
All right. So you make it. Um, Let me describe the Mule Skull Tavern for you. So, on the outside, it looks kind of nice. It's not the worst place in the dock ward, for sure. It is a single-story building. It has a thatched roof, and which so it is kind of poor a little bit, but you know it's all put together. All the windows are intact, stuff like that, and yeah, you see a sign hanging above the door that says the Mule Skull Tavern. You can see the lights from the windows illuminate the street. And you
What
guys,
street are we on?
that's a good motherfucking question, boy. Um,
Fast.
uh, I probably have that somewhere. Hold up, give me 2 seconds. Oh, you know, I might not. Let me see. Let me see. I gotta check my other notes. I have small notes and I got big notes. Let me check the big notes.
Oh, the southward's the other poor district, isn't it?
The Field Ward is the other poor district.
Right. What is the southern? Is the southern just middle?
It's on Ship Street.
Ah, Ship Street.
Yeah, so right here. Let's say it's on the corner of Ship Street and Cod Lane, so like this guy. Paint another pink X on it.
Mhm.
There you go. But you're now currently standing outside of it. What would you like to do?
Tune's going to. It's like afternoon, about to be night, so yeah, head on it and
Oh yeah, here's another detail. It fucking reeks around here. It smells like nasty as
fish.
shit. And you realize it's because right next door, there is a stable, um, like a pretty big stable, like that holds a lot of horses. And it's actually a place where the Dung Sweeper Guild keep their carts and their horses. It's right next door.
Location, location, location.
I'm sure they hit the Dung Sweepers Guild like clock out time and make a killing.
Yep. So, do you guys want to enter? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, let's get out of this fucking smell, please, for the love of God.
Yep. So you
and
walk.
into a different fishy smell, probably.
So inside, this place is relatively clean compared to some of the other more crappy bars that you've seen, especially the Skewered Dragon literally had the whole roof caved in and shit. Like this place is nice. It's not bad. You know, it's obviously it's better than the Troll Skull Manor, but you know, it's not bad. And you can see that it is somewhat empty. Um, Probably because of how close it is to the Dung Sweeper Guild stables. But you do see a couple of people. There is like 3 Dung Sweepers Guild people still wearing their like outfits, drinking at a table. You can see that there is a halfling man sitting at the bar as well, or sitting at the bar. He appears to be in some kind of bathing suit, maybe. And you can see that there is a half orc bard in the back of the room, and his singing is fucking terrible. He's like, "Oh, way to the window," as he's playing his lute. And you can see there's two older gnomes. They seem to be playing dragon chess. There is a man behind the counter. He looks debonair, almost like a noble. Though he probably bought his clothes at the thrift store. And he is running the bar. And there is down at the end of the bar, near the belting half orc, there is a half elf. He appears to be wearing sailor's clothes. But that's all the people that are in here.
I'm going to, like with the sailor, go to just sit down, get a drink.
Yeah, you want to sit at the bar, get a drink? Okay.
Taking a bit of note of whose eye I catch the most.
Nobody really. Everyone seems to be pretty occupied doing
Fair
their
enough.
own things. But as you do, the gentleman that is running this establishment, he's got brown hair that's kind of slicked back. He's got a mustache that he obviously pays way too much attention to. It's like gorgeous. But he says, "Well, hello. It's good to see you. Welcome to the Mule Skull Tavern. Can I get you a drink?"
Yes, that'd be very nice. What do you got?
I have this excellent.
I'll
Oh,
take grog at this rate.
Uh, he says, "I have excellent snow beetle ale made by the snow beetle halflings. It's quite good."
How much is it?
Copper piece.
Just like nod and toss the copper.
Yep. Okay. The rest. He looks upon the group of you. Same for the rest of you, then.
Yeah, same for me too. Am I picking up that Tarun is doing an accent, or is your camera lagging?
No, he's doing an accent for sure.
And I go, yeah, same for me too.
Jax
And
is
my
like,
also super
Jax
fake
is
accent.
"Yes, I will take a drink as well." He says,
Sarut is
This
just
guy
going
looks
to
terrible.
face palm for a split second and give you guys a look of like, not you.
He will
So,
get
like, I'm trying to talk like a sailor. I'm the sailor.
He will get a snow beetle ale for everyone. So a copper piece apiece, please.
Dear brother.
I'm just like, I'll just take water.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna like address it. I'm just gonna get up from the bar and go over to the two gnomes playing dragon chess and just watch them play a little bit. Not like creepily hover over the board like, "Hey guys, what's going on?"
Yeah.
But just casually watching them because I'm broke as fuck. So
Yeah. Okay. So the confused this man gives everyone a drink. And he will begin to walk away, I guess.
Sarun doesn't say anything,
Okay.
but he gives those that did the accent a look of like, you guys know you're dumbasses, right?
I can kind of perform.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can I roll a performance check?
Hey!
Plus
Putting down.
3.
Oh, that's an
Look
insight.
at
That's
Yeah, let me
insight.
see.
Oh,
Oh,
nope.
no.
Oh,
Very good.
Jack.
Almost as good as you did it. Yep.
okay.
Ugh. I'm gonna.
Okay. So again, now that all of you have a drink, there is the barkeep. There is a halfling. There is a half-orc bard. There is two old gnomes playing dragon chess, and there is a half-elf, possibly sailor of some sort. And there are three Dung Sweepers Guild members kind of sitting together and having a laugh. But as you go census to kind of watch these guys play dragon chess, you can hear them, and they're bickering about their wives. They're like, oh, she always makes me does this. And he's like, oh, that's nothing. My wife always makes me do this. And they're like bickering back and forth if they play dragon chess, which this is an incredibly difficult game to play.
Yeah.
Um,
Census would know how to play dragon chess.
oh, you think so?
I'm pretty confident. I
Yeah,
can't imagine he wouldn't pick it up at the household.
It's 3 tiers of chess, basically.
Yeah.
Like 3D chess that you play on 3 different boards. Yeah, it's incredibly difficult. But once you get a hang of it, it's you know how to play. But I don't know how to play, so. Yeah, they're playing dragon chess, and you hear them bickering about their wives, and they come to this bar to play dragon chess and relax. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Kind of looking around. I want to whisper to Tarun and be like, maybe one of us should follow the other half elf. Maybe, you know, 2 baits, 1 unknowing.
A plan. So I have a plan regarding that. Keep an eye on if anyone follows them out.
All right.
For now, I've got another idea that might help. And I'm going to go to the half-orc bard. Does it seem like they're... Because me being a bard, knowing a bit about minstrels, we usually, you have a place that accepts you, you got to stick to there.
Right.
So half-orc's been here, probably ignored because no one likes the singing.
Yeah,
I'm going to try to help them a bit.
Okay.
Like,
Somewhere over the rainbow.
like I'm going to inspire them and help them to sing a bit better.
Yeah.
Like,
You go up
teaching-
to him,
in,
and
from
you,
like
you push your hand on his chest, and he goes, oh, like has this beautiful operetta voice.
you're trying to sing outside of your pitch range, my friend. You might want to try focusing on finding your range first.
Thanks, I really appreciate you telling me this.
And he'll just like teach them like a couple like songs that are popular with sailors that
Sure.
are harder to sing, like working alongside them and making small talk while doing so.
Cool. Yeah.
Like you see a lot of half
Would you do with the drum?
elves around here. Seems to be only one dude.
Yeah, we get half elves sometimes, I guess.
You know how things tend to be with those half-breeds, though. It's always hard to find a place to fit in.
He nods in understanding, kind of stupidly.
Stupidly, but understanding.
Right.
Anyone you think we should avoid? Anyone you just recommend I avoid that frequents here?
He shrugs and he kind of quietly points at the halfling, and he says, "That guy, when he gets drunk, he starts singing, and it's just there's no stopping him."
Good to know. Good to know. And continually like teaching them while keeping an eye on the audience as well. Just helping them out and just
All right.
overall making that seem like that's all he's doing though.
Yeah. All right. So back to, let's say Oliver and Jax and Hexus. What are you guys doing?
And this is like pretty quiet. Like,
Sure.
gentlemen, what are we doing here? Should we ask the bartender if he's seen anything? Are we being covert, or do we just let Tarun intervene and we just play it cool? What's the plan?
Jax will speak up and say, "I'll leave the planning to you guys."
Sarun keeps forgetting they're the only one familiar with anything.
You see Hexus kind of awkwardly because Tarun said keep an eye on the half elf, so it's like look down, look down, look down. Just
Hey,
Right.
constantly switching.
Yep. As you guys are quietly discussing your plan, you hear, "I once had a lass with a great big ass," as you see this
Me
halfling.
too, buddy. Me
This
too.
halfling is like it must have that last drink must have did him in because he jumps up on the bar and he begins singing like where she sat in the grass didn't grow. And drinking his drink, and he's like, you know, no plants will grow where I plant my seed. And he like drinks some more, and the bartender will say, "Hey, right, that's enough of that. Okay, why don't you just sit down there, friend?" And he's like, he begins tumble all around with me, hey, nunny ho, as he begins singing this horrible, horrible song that's just completely inappropriate for anyone to be singing out loud. He is really close to you guys right now. And while the bartender's trying to stop, he'll say, he'll grab, standing on the fucking bar, he will grab onto Hexus, and he'll say, "Do you know that one?"
No, I'm just kind of looking between him and the half elf, just silently, just.
Oh, now you got him and the half elf. Oh, that's fucking funny. He'll say, "Oh, I guess you don't know." And he'll go over to Oliver. Oliver! Oh, and he doesn't know your name. He does. He does.
What?
He doesn't.
He's a frequent patient for alcohol poisoning.
Yeah. No, I'm so sorry. He'll say, "I'm being drunk," so you gotta fuck up when you're drunk. But he'll say, "Hey, you know that one."
No, I don't believe I have heard that one, friend.
I love your accent, dude. Where are you from?
From around here. Well, why don't you go have yourself another beer there, friend? Kind of like gesturing and like kind of like half nudging him and pushing his just general inertia.
He'll
to
begin
the bar.
marching on the bar. Fuck you, I'm drunk. Fuck you, I'm drunk. You take away my beer, I got more in the trunk. Because he's like singing and dancing away, and the barkeep will come up and say, "Hey, I'm really sorry about that guy. He always gets like this." Is everything? Are you guys okay?
Not a problem here. Much obliged.
Fuck.
He'll knock on the bar and say, "Just let me know if you need another drink," and he'll walk away. All right. Okay. What is going on here, guys?
Has the half elf noticed me just like staring and not staring?
That's a good fucking question. As you are staring at this half elf, you notice that in this short span of time that you've been here, he has downed 2 drinks, and he seems to be nursing a third one. And as familiar you are with a drunk census, you are aware that this man is getting drunk. But he doesn't seem to notice you necessarily. He's kind of just looking in his drink and just drinking like he's here to get drunk, and that's what he's doing. But that's it.
Just gonna keep my eyes on him.
How long does this go, guys? Census, the guys end up finishing their game. What do you do now?
Oh, yeah. When somebody loses, whoever lost, I'm like, "Hey, do you want to play?"
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was waiting for a game so I could play in.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah. And
Are
I'll
you-
just start talking about my like one of my like if I've ever had like a shitty girlfriend or something in the city.
Right.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Because
he's
I
like,
heard their
"Oh, you should
conversation.
hear about my wife," and then
Oh, please tell me about your wife. Yeah.
right.
And but the whole time I'm keeping like a sly lookout for our target half elf, and then also the guy getting drunk in the corner.
Okay,
The half elf that's getting drunk.
why don't you make me an intelligence check?
Oh Lord God! If you wanted to see me roll bad, I could just.
Well, let's
roll
make it an actual check. I want an intelligence based skill check. What do you suggest?
Uh,
Investigation?
yes. Uh, I yeah.
That's what I'm feeling.
That would make sense more than anything, I guess.
Let's see if you win or lose to this halfling or this gnome.
Oh no, that's not terrible.
That's not terrible. You lose though.
Yeah, that's fine.
But you actually you lose in pretty what's the word? Anticlimactic kind of way.
Yeah.
Like definitely did not see this gnome's moves coming.
Alright, cool.
Yeah, but that takes a second. How long does the group of you just sit around until something different happens?
Once
Probably
I've like
waiting on a cue from Tarun, to be honest. So I'm comfortable sipping my beer and kind of nervously jetting my look to Tarun for a cue as what to do.
Yeah.
once I've like a sensible time to be helping a fellow performer, like so I'm not overstepping, but I'm not like being suspicious that I just decided to help them and then suddenly left. I'll be like,
Yeah.
that should be enough to get you by for a bet for more tips, and then I
Oh
will
yeah, totally, man. Thanks.
no problem, and I will go to sit by the fellow half elf that's here, nursing a drink, and get myself another drink while sitting next to them.
Yep. You see this half elf sailor. He kind of looks over at you confused, and you can see that like emptiness in his eyes, like he's drunk, you know, like how some drunk people look and they're like,
Yeah.
oh. But yeah, he kind of looks
Hexus,
over at you.
Rough day.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hexus is gonna think he's being helpful and just like cast message and be like, he's really drunk. He's like 3 drinks in. I've been watching him the whole time. He hasn't done anything suspicious.
God damn it.
Tarun, you get that in your head as this drunk kind of half elf looks up at you and just kind of nods drunkly and sits back down to his drink. Hiccups.
Yeah, the wages feel like they've been getting shitter and shitter, you know?
What did you say?
Wages feel like they've been getting shitter and shitter, you know?
He
Trying
nods.
to make make conversation that can be drunkenly followed.
Yeah, he nods. And he says, I just got back from Baldur's Gate. It was a long ride.
Yeah. That place is a bit of a shithole compared to even this one.
He nods and bucking around. It's the city of splendors, you know. Enjoy it.
Something plenty to enjoy.
Yeah. You been to Baldur's Gate then?
Yeah, not recently, certainly not. Between jobs.
The shithole. The nasty flaming fist. Always up me ass.
But I heard the last place you want to have to end up staying is there. Get your job done, get the fuck out.
Yeah. I'm from Baldur's Gate. It's not a nice place, man.
Mm. And try to check this out. Okay. I'm going to like nod and say you make sure you get home safely and like give them a pat in the back
Mhm.
and go to join Oliver.
As you say that, he pats on the scimitar on his hip, and he says, "Oh, I'm not really worried about it. Thanks."
Give a nod. And I'll sit by Oliver.
Yep.
Yeah. Ain't no regular here. That's our problem. That much is for certain.
Did you notice he had a scimitar on his hip?
Yeah.
Cole Renier had one too, and he said something to the effect of not worrying about it. Is that a
The
coincidence?
Nair
Or does that seem
had a
strange to you?
rapier.
Ah,
They're mixing up weapons.
well.
Both are require a more dexterous hand to properly use, but
It's
very
also it's also not unreasonable to think that people are going to start walking the streets armed because of the violence in the city lately.
Ah,
You know what I mean? Like, that's probably why. I mean, it's okay to carry a fucking weapon in the city. You guys are decked out, you know? So it's reasonable to think that normal people would be carrying weaponry on them if the danger in the city is heightened.
I was gonna say,
Like-
yeah. I mean, like almost
Hmm.
nobody doesn't carry any
Right.
some form of weapon, even in now times. Like
yeah.
I always have a knife on me.
Brandishing my spell book. I'm strapped.
Right.
Got my accordion right here, boy.
But yeah, okay, yeah, back in back in game.
Did you find anything out? Do you have any leads?
No one no one that frequents the tavern sticks out to the local minstrel inn. And there seems to half of them seem to have no reason to feel worried. Whoever's doing this isn't from here, or doesn't go here.
Shall we ask the bartender what they know?
I wouldn't.
Well, you talked about a plan about using bait. What did you have in mind?
Well, originally myself. So I'm going to down. I'm gonna get myself a third drink. Just chug that bitch.
Okay.
And give like a slightly determined look of fault, like give them a nod, like, and just say, keep leave after me so that they're not suspicious. And I'm going to drunkenly stumble my way out.
Okay. All right.
And
So,
Hexus is gonna try and sell it. And I just want to like be a little overly loud to Oliver. It's like, can you believe that prostitute wanted us to leave with them?
nice. Oh, nice. You definitely get a couple looks, but yeah. But all
I'm
right.
very tempted to mock you. I'll mock you later.
All right. So, Tarun drunkenly stumbles out of the bar. Which way?
So
Where do you go?
when Tarun leaves, I want to hunter's mark him.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's tracking.
Yep.
Yeah.
You stick up your fingers, close one eye, bing, locked on target.
Got the hots for him. You're locked on.
Locked on, baby. I'm coming right the fuck at you.
I'm so scared. So, where do you want to go? You exit. You see Ship Street.
Basically, because we don't know where the. I'm gonna go down like the route that you like. That as a local, I know you do not. This is not the route you go home.
All right.
This
So,
is the route you die home.
all right. So, I mean, basically taking alleys, like really small
Yeah.
alleys. So maybe like go down Ship Street towards like the Street of Six Casks, and make your way like through that way, like maybe towards Snail
Yeah.
Street. You know, like just cut
Probably,
through the most shittiest back alleys ever.
yeah. Heading to probably like Cedar Street and wherever. Probably towards his own actual home, because that's probably the shittiest street
Oh
he
yeah.
knows of.
All right.
It's like
That's
that general direction.
okay. That's deeper into the dock ward, basically.
Yeah.
Good
Dig
call.
down.
All right. So after a moment, what do the rest of you do?
I'm
gonna-
gonna go to those two, and I'm just gonna say, follow the X's, and leave in 5-10 minutes. And I'm gonna go head out and follow him,
All right.
and I'm gonna take out some chalk, and every time I go like around a corner, I'm gonna just X on
Yep.
a wall so they
All
can
right.
have a
Are
nice
you
trail.
trying to be stealthy or inconspicuous?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Not like super sneaking around, but like I'm
trying to blend
trying
it.
to watch out. Yeah.
All right, why don't you make a stealth check, and Tarun, why don't you make a performance check? See if you garner any attention.
Does being partially
me,
at least
dude.
buzzed help me in this one case?
Not.
Ah. Well, sorry, boys.
All right.
Bad rolls tonight.
I
Yeah.
am. I don't have my lucky dice. That's what I gotta say. So I'm blaming it on.
So, you definitely feel, Census, like you are not doing a good job being sneaky.
That's okay. You can't win them all.
But you begin making your way down the street. Tarun, after after a while, you end up getting back to where your house is, and you are no longer near in or around near that tavern.
Tarun,
After
severely
5 minutes, let's say.
severely disappointed, will just look at the house, take a deep breath, like facade drop, look around because there's no one that lives in this shithole.
No, no, no.
Take a deep breath and just sigh and go to sit down by the place, waiting for the others.
Yeah,
Realizing,
this is actually where people like how at the end of some streets in like real life people like drop their fucking furniture and their TVs off just randomly in the middle of the road. Yeah, this is where you live. Um, it's where people like throw out their shitty furniture and stuff and just leave it in the dock ward. Um,
Hey,
so
I
you
always
wanna
had a
stock the
couch.
house?
yeah,
I always had a couch. It
yeah,
always fell apart after the next
yeah.
day.
Some of the shit isn't redeemable.
Most of it is, I imagine.
Yeah, most of it's not redeemable. No mending can fix this shit. But after 5 minutes, uh, who is left? Hexus, Jax, and Oliver. Um, shortly after, let's say 8 minutes, right? Census has been gone. You
Leave
see
after
the
him.
you see the half elf rise up and begin leaving as well.
Oh,
Should one of us follow the half elf, or should we just stick with census?
you two find census. I've got a way to contact you
Okay.
if you're close-ish, and I'll see if he goes anywhere.
Okay. Good. Small. I like it. We'll leave first then. Finish the beer, put it on the table, and go out and start looking for X's.
Yep. All right.
Both Jax and I.
Jax is coming too. Yeah, yeah, he's with you. And
I'm
also
gonna-
Jax is like armored up and everything and ready to go. He's not fucking around.
Okay.
Go ahead. What were you saying, Hexus?
I'm gonna go after the half elf.
All right, are you trying to make yourself inconspicuous?
I'm gonna try.
All right,
Yeah.
make a stealth check, please. Woo! Not
What
that.
is this swingy ass fucking game, dude?
I swear, this is a lot. Considering how little
When
we've
I
rolled.
say lucky dice, I mean it makes things consistent.
All right,
It's only
so
one.
this guy turns down Sternpost Street and starts going down Cod Lane as if he doesn't know where he's going really. And he begins wandering down Cod Lane, and Hexus, you follow in the shadows behind him. Oliver, why don't you make an investigation check with advantage? How good are you at those?
Plus
Exactly.
5.
In investigation?
Yeah.
Holy balls! Yeah, you roll with advantage.
Dirty 20.
Nice. All right, so you find the trail of X's and begin following it, but it's going to take you a couple minutes to get there.
Sure.
Okay. Hexus, as you're following this guy down the Cod Lane, you see him stop in the middle of the road and like look at like a two-way turn. And he's like, and then he kind of points to himself, like he's just pointing just for his own benefit, I guess. He's drunk. And he will begin heading down one of these alleys. He is now turned out of vision for you.
Keep slinking behind.
Yep. So you kind of come in and you kind of hold tight to the wall and like look down the alley. And we get a cutscene. So we see this drunken guy kind of walking down the alley, and the camera is focused on this one other alley that goes down. It's completely black. and this drunken sailor kind of passes the frame, and we see in the darkness white teeth grin into a smile. And as it begins stepping out of the shadows, there is this huge smile on this guy's face. He has elven features, large pointy ears, white hair that slicks back down his shoulders. He's wearing black leather armor with this spider motif that covers all of it. He's wearing a large cloak and hood, and you can see the glint of the moonlight off a short sword. And he has dark gray skin. It's a drow. And he's the glint of the short sword as he grins. And we see his face, and that's the last thing we see for the night.
Oh,
Oh God.
is this all like off camera, or is this what you
Yeah.
actually saw?
No, he didn't see that yet. He's gonna have a chance to in a second. Yeah, next.
Oh.
Rest.
Oh.
Yep.
You guys better hope you're within like 100 feet of me. Otherwise, I'm doing this alone. 120 feet.
Saloon would be heading back shortly either way, but
Put
I
up the
don't know if we'll get
party.
there.
Send the wizard alone.
I love it so much. I did this shit on purpose. Oh, so
Always split the party.
so good.
Wow.
It's gonna be so fucking. Now, do you see how much fucking tension there is? You're like, God damn it! What are we gonna fucking do?
I was so scared to say like the wrong thing in like any of the bars. I'm like too afraid to just fucking do anything.
So good, so good. I'm glad you guys are stressed out about this shit because
They would.
one of Jay's games, guys. You're really starting to get into the thick of it now.
They would have fucking come at me
Yeah, this is a little.
if
This
I
is
was full.
a little bit. It's been a little bit of a slow burn. Like this session was a slow burn for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I promise, there's eventually going to be not enough time in a day to do all the shit that you guys have to do. So
Yeah.
we're in a weird spot right now, but soon, I promise. All right.
Nice.
I'm so ready. I'm so ready. You want me to scare the living shit out of you guys? I'll tell you what this guy's CR is.
Oh
Oh,
God.
Oh, stop it.
All
Oh,
right, let me find it. Here it is.
fuck.
Yeah, just to be fun, because I like it. It's dirty. It's a taboo. Oh, God, where's this thing? Oh, here it is. Let's see. He is a challenge rating 4.
Okay. That seems manageable.
It
Uh,
seems manageable.
one wizard? Sure,
For
yeah.
a lone wizard, yeah.
For the one wizard? Yeah, no problem.
Maybe if I never get hit.
The harpy was like a 2, right?
Yeah, the harpy was no, it's a 1. The harpy's a
Oh,
0.
harpy's a 1. Yeah, fuck. I knew it was something low.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
The CR4
God.
Spells are loud though. Don't forget. Make loud spells. Guards will come.
Scoff at all. A group, but this is definitely in the deadly category as far as CR is concerned.
Because I think CR4 is meant to be easy for
Yeah,
four fourth level characters.
Medium. Yeah, it's supposed to be medium for 4 fourth level characters.
CR is a
Yeah,
bit of a misnomer, though. It's not always terribly accurate.
No, it's not. This guy's got a heavy damage output, though.
Yeah.
It's a problem when I'm gonna get one shot.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm just trying to tell you guys so you know what's on the table here. I'm not trying to be like, oh, look, I'm the DM that just threw some random shit at you. No. You know what you're getting.
Second character death. Here we come.
2 deaths in this campaign.
Oh, yeah. So good. Man, you want to get census dedicated to this shit? What? All right. Very good. All right. That was fun as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I don't know if anyone caught on. The last name I gave the alternate identity, Libran.
Uh-huh.
It's Libra.
Oh,
I panicked and came up with the last name.
Stop it.
Nice.
That's
Um,
cool.
All right. So, very good, guys. Maybe it's not smart to split the party.
That's all right.
No, I'll be to be fair. Was not expecting this.
This is the most dramatic thing that could have happened, though. You know,
Running is always an option, dear
the
brother.
most
I
dramatic.
feel like our mistake was splitting the party like 4 different ways.
Yeah.
But no, but that was a smart call though too, because now you know, like you're gonna have a chance to see this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like somebody at least is part of witnessing what's gonna happen. You know, so it
I
was.
feel like we didn't
And-
need the double search party after
And also,
census.
Tech, you have Misty Step, don't you?
I do.
A spell and run is an option for you.
That's true.
Just blast the dude in the back of the head and vanish. That gives the other guy warning to fucking bolt. There's now 2 targets. A spell's been cast. Shit is going down.
Yeah.
I
We're
got a-
gonna see. We're
I
gonna
got a
see.
sexy stealth roll, so at least I have
Yeah, that was
first
good. That
bit
was
with
clutch.
advantage.
Yeah, you are hidden. You are hidden for sure. So yeah, cool. The most dramatic thing that
All
could
right.
have. So glad it went down that way. I love it. Want to eat it up. All right. Well, I
See
will
y'all
see
next week.
next week. Yeah, I promise it's gonna get
Next
so much
week.
more intense. Like, just buckle up, dude. You're not fucking ready. This is
Good
so intense. All right. Have fun. See you guys
Good
next
night,
week.
luck, y'all.
guys.
See you
Thank
guys.
Have a good week.
You too.
Yeah.
Bye.